National Register plaque. Well, the key moments in local, state, and national history should never be forgotten. To date, we have funded more than 2,000 historical markers in 49 states, and we want to fund many more.
As we approach America's
I am saying $30, $500. I have been a choice, Apple 39, ISL, I just, no, well, I emailed the vendor, and they're like, we sell barcode scanners for a middle range price. Plus shipping, and I'm like, yeah. And then he got first, like, use code 39, but whatever, the vendor, so now I'm like, the $35 Amazon. That extra for 2 months. So Jeff Phillips are especially if it's like, it's not a barcode scanner, like a handheld. Yeah. And I don't know, do I need the $500 one? I love it too. He lived right. Who's we do a lot of that. Thank you for your, big decision. I'm getting this scared. You guys could stick around.
What's the range of your view?
Yeah, wide and whoever's talking.
Okay, so if she were to stand kind of more.
Oh, you're third period.
Okay, so she needs to be over.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Save everything.
Right, we don't have this. So, like, she can learn, she just hasn't learned.
Yeah, so I think definitely.
I think she made it.
Learning them. But she needs.
I taught American history in Japan. So, yeah, the World War II unit, Harvard unit, half of my students. In Japan, we didn't use all of my first language, right? And we had so we didn't just
Leah's been good. One-on-one, she's like that.
Because there's a lot of like Filipino since they retired, full honors and benefits, they were here.
Is that Ernest to the ground?
Yeah.
So those kids, they're second.
I just really like my small little.
All right, this is the official, let's get started. Again, I want to welcome you all to this space. With some help from some folks in the room, we put together a great day of thinking and learning about our kiddos and making some awesome matches for them and the skills and readiness, and just good, amazing local history resources and things to think about. We have a local educator who will be sharing also his experience from his kiddos, and Mr. Finn and the Conroy Foundation. So without further ado, I do want to get going, like I said. So there are some copies of a piece of paper that has the agenda on it. And thank you for copying on the name tag. So you are either an educator in the region, well, we're all educators in the region. You are either in classrooms, you're administrating, you are Jordan James, the assistant director of the administration. You are Andrea Smith, and we're going to get to Andrea shortly. Thanks again for being here for our keynote. You are Zach Finn from the Conroy Foundation, library media specialist. Who am I forgetting? I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody. I'm looking out and about in the room, and I'm like, wait a second. But it's super awesome to have you all here. Thanks again for being here, Jimmy and Alan, to do some recording so we can have some of this after the fact. Please be assured that anything that we do share today, I'm looking right at you, Jackie. I forgot you, Jackie Stapleton, Cultural Education Center, PBS. We first started working with Jackie when she was at WSAT, so thanks again for being here. Appreciate it. All right, back in mode of Jordan reminded you that I had to be sure y'all knew how to get out of here in case of emergency. So go out this way. The way you came in, there is an exit in the back there. Logistically, just a reminder that the necessary rooms are right out that hallway and to your left. The same rooms in the floor down below us. Lunch will be at noon. Thanks again for the food. We love that. Nice to have that. Please take advantage of that. And we'll be taking a short break, but honestly, please take care of what you need to as adults in space, for sure. And you're going to let us know at any point if you don't have something that we're addressing, talking about, resource-wise, etc. But without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Jordan. Thanks, Jordan.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. So, most of it, you know who I am. I'm Jordan Jace. I'm Assistant Director at New York State Archives Partnership Trust for Education and Development. And we're hosting this workshop today in coordination with the Conroy Foundation. So this is real grant generously given for hosting these workshops. Our keynote today is Dr. Aileen Smith. She is a historical anthropologist and professor of anthropology at Lafayette College in Eastern Pennsylvania. She researches settler colonialism, collective and public memory, and place laws. Author of Memory Wars, Settlers and Natives from the Washington Sullivan Expedition of 1779. Contrasts the public history of the Revolutionary War expedition against the Haudenosaunee with the depiction found at Haudenosaunee Cultural Center. In a previous project, she explored how a demolished neighborhood in eastern Pennsylvania lives on the memories of former residents, when she published Rebuilding Shattered Worlds, Creating Community by Voicing the Past. And the community and student author value remembering for them. She has received numerous teaching awards, including Lafayette's Excellence in Community Engagement category. She is currently working on a book on public memory and walking purchase treatment. The presentation today, she will focus on the surprising origin stories of American historical markers, with a special focus on New York's Sullivan Clinton Commemorative Complex, and consider how markers were developed in the past, emphasizing the special problem of the local marker. She will conclude with thoughts on how unraveling the history of specific markers can be a first step in fostering civic engagement. Well,
Thank you very much. It's really great to be here today. Can you hear me okay? Okay, I'll try to project.
How are they transmitted from one generation to the next? How do they vary regionally? These are questions that cultural anthropologists and historians and others ask, wherever they're based. I'm especially drawn to the role played in uniting groups by collective memory. So this is something I've been working on for a long time, and something that I teach in my classes and so forth. So shared narratives of the past can unite groups. Some groups as small as a family or as large as a region or a nation. They contain morals. They contain illustrations of behaviors that people should emulate or that people should avoid. They offer key heroes, a sense of shared experience, hopes for the future. Stories about the past can be shared orally. They can be transmitted through written texts in history books. They can be transmitted in your school classrooms, right? But they can also be transmitted at memorials and sites of memory, place names, even street names. So this is a subject that's really fascinating in this country. And we wonder whose stories are told, whose stories are ignored, whose stories are actively silenced, which actions are revered and elevated. Does long-term neglect lead to erasure? Since any given society will be composed of multiple overlapping and interacting communities, competing cultural traditions and understandings of the past can interact on the public theater of history. So there are constantly different voices competing for a space. Political leaders have long been aware that the past is a vital political resource that can help defend or justify a particular world order. And they may try to put their historical vision in a way that best reflects their worldview front and center on the national stage with the hope that it will be pervasive. But these officially promoted versions will join a public stage that's already filled with other voices. And so we have this constantly evolving situation. You can see me okay? Am I walking too far? Okay. So you have this kind of cacophony on the public theater of history where different voices are trying to be expressed. And this is a constantly evolving process as societies change and evolve. So elements of public history are all around us, and they're the perfect site for further exploration. And I think a really terrific site for your students to think about their place in the nation's arena and also their place in history. Today, these sites have new relevance, and people are really paying attention in new ways. And people are taking charge of the public landscape in ways we haven't seen recently. So in my talk, I'll be advocating the use of sites of public memory in the classroom. And I'll share with you some tools or concepts that are kind of useful to use for student projects. But then I'll be focusing a lot on the Sullivan Clinton markers because this is a topic that I've spent a lot of time on. And you'll find that this is a rich set of examples that really illustrate how odd and kind of random public history might be in ways you would not expect. So hopefully some of what I'll tell you today will surprise you and will tell you things you didn't know before. So monuments are everywhere in this country. They're often constructed out of near permanent materials, giving them an aura of permanence, a sense that they are age old. And often they're made out of stone, and they even seem to be part of the land itself. So that lends them a sense of being unchallengeable and authoritative. They may have state or national attributions at the bottom that further add to a sense of authority. So people often assume that markers were established out of public consensus. And this full story, though, of a monument or memorial's establishment is often far more complicated. Often does not have any consensus at all behind it, and may just have a lot to do with one individual, one local individual. So public monuments are created by some subset of society at some point in time for particular reasons. But their history is often poorly known. Scholars have been exploring this for a long time. And so have you run into this man? Okay. So James Lowen is a sociologist, and he published this book in the 90s, but he has a new edition, and it's really a pretty accessible book, and I really recommend it. When it first came out in the 90s, it was seen to be kind of polemical. He thought that what he would do is first read and analyze every single highway sign in the United States. So he got through 34 states and he started tallying them up. But when he got to Texas with 16,000 historical signs, he said, okay, maybe I can just sort of end here. So this project proved enormous, but he came up with really interesting findings looking at all of these historical markers. So some of his conclusions. We live in a landscape of amnesia. So he found that there are whole stories and whole histories that are completely missing from the land, that are just nowhere to be found. Then he said, we have overemphasis of some stories. And he's one of the early scholars to try to tally up how many markers to the Confederacy there were, and where they were, and how they were even found in some states that never had any Confederate soldiers. So he was trying to track down, like, when did they go up and why, that sort of thing. So overemphasis. He also said, when you look at the number of markers to white people versus other non-white people, you find that there's almost, a majority of markers are to white people and also mostly white men. And so he's starting to trying to understand why that is. It has a lot to do with how markers are established, actually. So he says early on that we live in this landscape of white supremacy. He also found that there are very few women, at least when he was writing in the 90s. So you do have some women. They often are in a kind of subordinate position in some kind of marker or a monument. But they are often not actual historical figures, but allegorical figures like liberty or freedom or the pioneer woman or something like that. So he said, we have some kind of like, women are missing in this country, like where are they? That's one of his conclusions. So here's Abigail Adams. So she was added in 2003. So after he wrote his first edition, there started to be some women on the landscape. You find women are now being added through murals and other kinds of forms. So there are more and more women being added to the landscape since he first published the first edition. But why these patterns? So when you start to look at US markers compared to other countries, you find that we followed many of the European marker aesthetic traditions, but we didn't follow the European funding patterns in the 19th century. So the US early republic had an aversion to celebrations of the past and more of an obsession with newness. So the new nations of difference to historical sites early on was really kind of shocking. So Michael Cameron has written this, picture that come up, Michael Cameron, this is Forge of Memory. He's noted that historic sites that we would see today as national treasures, like Benjamin Franklin's house, were demolished in previous centuries without incident. So there was just, okay, who cares about that house? Or something else like where Continental Congress meetings turned into a dog pound. So there was this sort of celebration of newness and a distaste for ancestor worship as it was seen. So the prevailing assumption, he writes, is that government should bear no responsibility for items of collective memory. And this pattern from the 19th century went well on into the 1930s. As he put it, if you wanted to commemorate an anniversary or save a site or put up a historical marker, you would have to take the time, the energy, and the initiative, and above all, the money. So what does that mean? What we end up with, then, is a situation where the people who put up the most markers in this country, until states get involved in the 1930s or the 1940s, are local elites. They're the only people who have the funding and the resources, and they organize it so they were putting up these markers. So this early sort of funding strategy has had a tremendous influence on the US monumental landscape. In the absence of kind of oversight or federal direction or something, most US monuments and historical markers were developed by wealthy benefactors, local organizations, or civic or patriotic societies. So this means that local elites have been able to dominate the public face of the past in ways that are really difficult to measure. So you have people, these are from some early kind of Sullivan-related marker dedications in Pennsylvania. This is a kind of classic example. So this marker dedication is dedicated to a man, Joseph Eliot. It's a really prominent marker. These are all of his descendants, and they put together money to celebrate him some anniversary after his death. He was an early founder of the town. So you can see that the people who are being commemorated are often just the relatives of local elites, right? And so that kind of channels things into this kind of white supremacy kind of direction, because it's relatives of people who had resources, who were connected, and of course celebrating concerns of theirs. So markers will reflect the class positions of the people who founded them, the ethnic heritage of the people who founded them, or the religious backgrounds of the founders. And since local elites are in charge, you can sort of see what the result would be. The other thing that he pointed out that I think is pretty hilarious is because most markers are established by locals in their towns, they're not going to want to celebrate difficult events or commemorate points of view that they don't really want others to know about. So they're trying to, it's almost like a boosterism is built into the historical marker process. You want to celebrate aspects of your locality that are important and make you feel good. And so the end result is markers all around the country are basically just saying everything that happened here was good. Because locals are involved and they want to celebrate their locality. Historic sites, he pointed out, now many other people recently have been pointing out, are usually really the story of two eras. So you have the era that's being commemorated, but you also have to look at when the marker is going up and why. What's happening at the time? What's happening in the local context? So I found with some of the Sullivan markers, one of the first ones, a group of men got together. They were all railroad executives, and they were worried about a recent kind of decline. There was a mini depression, and so it was right in the aftermath. So they're trying to encourage people to come to their locality and use the railroads again. So you may have like small moments like that. So here you have a little marker. It's depicting the first Christian mass of the New World. Does this really tell us a lot about what happened when this first Christian mass took place in the 15th century? You know, it's probably more reflecting how the artist at the time was imagining that first Christian mass. So this is in Barcelona, and it was established in 1888 at the time of a major Columbus celebration. So then you can think about, okay, what was going on then? So the era being commemorated, but also the era that the marker is being established are two different perspectives on the same past. And when you look at these markers, at the bottom is giant column. And you could say that the marker, or this particular statue, is also telling us something about the contemporary era as well. So you could say that if your students are going to study marker, look at what the event is that it's ostensibly commemorating. When did it go up? But how is it being treated today? Is it down in a ditch somewhere? Do people not really take care of it anymore? Or does it really serve some purpose in the present day? Are people putting up flowers? Are they putting up flags? You know, so it's still relevant for contemporary people. So you could say that there are really three eras that you could think about when you're looking at a marker with your students. This is another image that gets across that point. Most of the Confederate monuments actually went up during the Jim Crow era or during the Civil Rights Movement. So it suggests that they are responding a little bit to what's going on nationally. It may have less to do with people remembering their ancestors who had died, because their ancestors, they've been remembering them consistently throughout. So that's another way to kind of look at this question. So how to analyze the site, look at the text, certainly. You can look at when it's established, by whom, and how vetted. But also to look at the imagery, because historical markers are also having to communicate a lot of information, or monuments, there's a lot of communication with very few words. And so I'll show you some examples. So the imagery will sometimes convey a message. So here we have, this is called Early Days. It's a monument in California. You have a friar, you have a vaquero, who's very Anglo. So it is supposed to be from maybe the 1700s. And then you have a Native American. So you can look at how oftentimes physical placement of people in something like this, like a collection of people, is reflecting their relative status. So often men are taller, or white men may loom over non-whites, or Native Americans are often found without dress, so clothing can be a signal of status, right? Or in positions of surrender. Lowen talks about hieratic scale, like who is higher than other people. So the monument's height itself is communicating something about the significance of that figure. This is from Easton, where I teach. And here's some more examples of hierarchy represented visually. And again, if you have a Native American looking up to a missionary. And here you have Columbus with an Indian maiden. This monument got some. This is Theodore Roosevelt in front of the Museum of Natural History. This monument was actually removed because you're going to get to hierarchy. Now he's on a horse, so of course he has to be taller. But at the same time, you also have the African American country looking down. So this monuments like this are communicating a lot of information. You can see, so as I've been saying, like who's depicted how. This one is really interesting. This is in Boston. And this was a monument that was put up to celebrate the life of a white soldier who had a black regiment during the Civil War. And he was killed in battle. So when this frieze was established, it was seen to be very advanced because it's depicting the African American soldiers and each individual face, so that it wasn't just some kind of allegorical like sort of person. And they were in uniform, but the family was really upset because they wanted him at the same level as his soldiers, because he was they were an abolitionist family, and he felt that he was at equal stature with his fellow soldiers, and the artist's ideal prevailed. So at the time, that was going to be just too radical to have him marching with his soldiers. So the artist got his way, and the family actually did not like this much. Okay, so these are some ideas and ways of thinking about monuments and markers. So I want to turn now to the Sullivan-Clinton campaign. This is something I've been working on for quite a while. And it started when I was teaching a class on collective memory. And a student found a marker on our campus. And she asked me, why is there a marker to a massacre in Wyoming here in Eastern Pennsylvania? And so I was already working on, colonialism and settler colonialism and how people in a settled colonial society understand their place in the land. So I thought, well, this is really interesting. Maybe I'll write an article about it or something. I didn't realize that there are 300 markers in the Sullivan expedition. So this took about 10 years to track them all down. This is a small plaque, and it talks about Sullivan going from Easton, going north to avenge the Wyoming massacre. Wyoming massacre, have you heard of the Wyoming massacre? Okay, so if I were speaking in Pennsylvania, everybody would know about that, and they would not know about the Sullivan expedition. So the Wyoming massacre was actually the Battle of the Revolutionary War, in which the Patriot side lost a lot. It was just a debacle. They ran into an ambush and they lost 300 men, and the British side only lost a couple. But part of what is famous in Pennsylvania is the British side had a lot of Native American fighters, like soldiers, warriors, part of it. And so the people in that town have since renamed it and called it the Wyoming Massacre. So this is one of these markers in the Sullivan expedition. So as I looked further, I found what we know as the Sullivan expedition, or as people in New York know as Sullivan Clinton campaign. Are you familiar with that terminology? It was actually originally called Washington's Indian Expedition, and it had 4 different forays. So Sullivan brought troops from east and north, Clinton came down south, and then Broadhead was part of this, and also Van Schaik, who took out Onondaga villages. So let me tell you a little bit more about this. So this was during a time in the Revolutionary War when frontier attacks by loyalists and the British were starting to have amazing success. And so Congress asked Washington to respond. So he put together this very complex expedition. It was a quarter of the Continental Army. And the goal was to eliminate the Iroquois or the Haudenosaunee threat. So they sent the troops up for 4 months and they destroyed every village they could find, and they destroyed all of the stored foods and all of the crops. So here is his orders. The total destruction and devastation of the settlements, capture as many prisoners, ruin the crops now, prevent planting more. And don't listen to any overtures of peace until all of the crops are destroyed. Okay, so these were Washington's orders. And the troops carried this out very successfully. So they went through all of these areas and destroyed crops. Because the Haudenosaunee evacuated villages in advance of this massive army, they could hear them coming. You know, they're blowing bugles, and they had, you know, hundreds of cattle and hundreds of horses and cannons and so forth. There weren't that many outright battles, but most Haudenosaunee fled, tried to seek shelter at Fort Niagara, and many died that winter of starvation and disease. But what happened, though, which I didn't really realize, is that the Haudenosaunee came back, and then they carried out more attacks on frontier settlements than before. And some historians have tallied them up and said, whoa, their vengeance was extreme. Like they were going after and destroying crops and houses on the other side, right? So historians are mixed over the effectiveness of this campaign. Some people called it the Forgotten Campaign. Other people wrote about it as a failure, a well-executed failure is the title of one of the books. And so I was interested in why it was that there are so many markers. You know, I kept looking for these markers. If this is kind of it's a scorched earth campaign, in some ways it's kind of unsavory for the local population, but then you see so many markers about it. So this became a project of mine for a while. Like, who commemorated the expedition, why, and what are the results today? So there are people who are still doing reenactments of some of the battles of this expedition. Well, this is 2015. So this took a long time to try to track down where they are. These are some of the locations where the markers are. So you can see coming from east to north. So it may be the Revolutionary War event with the most markers because we have roadside signs, we have monuments, we have a whole host of things. But there's strange stories behind some of them. So I want to share some of those stories. And then what I'm going to do is kind of talk about the overall, patterns that I found. Markers in Pennsylvania tell one story. The markers in New York tell a different story. They're about the same Revolutionary War expedition. So that's kind of interesting. And then at the end, I'm going to share with you some mysteries, some pieces of the puzzle that I haven't quite resolved that maybe you can send your students towards. So that's kind of where we're headed. Okay. So some of you may know that there's a big, grand obelisk in Newtown Battlefield Park near Elmira. Have you ever been there? Okay. Well, there was a big centennial celebration, 1879. to celebrate what was the one battle. There was an ambush there between British side and Sullivan's troops. And the British side, the ambush was discovered, so they quickly fled. So there were very few people killed. But there was a local man from Waverly, New York, who thought, the centennial's coming up. Let's celebrate this battle. It's the only battle about the Sullivan expedition, but let's celebrate it. So he wrote something in the local newspaper, only he was calling it the Battle of the Lower Chemung. So he gathered a group of people together, and these men were these railroad executives I was telling you about. And they said, well, you're in the other county. We want our event to be in Chemung County. So they took over control of this little committee organizing the centennial, and they decided to place a monument and have this grand event. So this event was huge. You have a whole series of notables coming, presidents of the United States. 50,000 people came to what was then a tiny town outside of Elmira in 1879. But they didn't know what to call the battle. They didn't know really where the battle occurred. They decided then to put the monument on top of a hill. Why? Because then all the people traveling on the railroads could see it. So the monument is nowhere near where the battle ended up being. They ended up calling it the Battle of Newtown, but that was kind of invented. So they invented a whole tradition in order to have the first Sullivan marker so that they could put their region on the map and draw 50,000 people to it. So that's already and people were even at the committee meeting saying, should we have a marker then or should we put it up after? And people said, oh, don't put it up after, we'll never do, nobody will get around to it. They don't really care about this. So we have to do it before the centennial celebration. So they put up the marker really hastily and it ended up collapsing eventually. And now there's a new one in its place. So now it's a state park and it feels very sort of authoritative and it feels that you would never question why the marker is there. But if you know this story, you realize there's a lot of weird random things that happened, including the man in Waverly who wanted it in Waverly in a different county. He said, nothing really happened in Waverly, but it's really in view of it, where everything else that did happen. So you could see it from so that's that marker. But in Pennsylvania, this is just, I'm going to summarize this. This is a Wyoming monument. So I was mentioning this battle in 1778 where so many people died. There's a really complicated story here. The people who died were mostly from Connecticut. I don't know if you ever heard of the Connecticut-Pennamite War. This is people from Connecticut who said they had a claim to this land in this part of Pennsylvania, and they fought with the state of Pennsylvania, but they fought with Pennsylvania authorities for probably 50 years. It went before the Revolutionary War, and it continued until like 1810. So at the time of this Revolutionary War battle, most of the people who were allied with the Pennsylvania side had already been kicked out of this region of Pennsylvania by Connecticut Yankees. So the people who died at Wyoming are not only in the Pennsylvania colony, they're Connecticut Yankees. So this battle becomes a way for Connecticut Yankees who end up, obviously that's not Connecticut now in that part of Pennsylvania, right? So they end up losing their claim, but they established really solid towns and communities. And so it's a way of kind of celebrating this Connecticut Yankee presence by celebrating the Wyoming battle, because so many of their ancestors were martyrs at Wyoming. So being martyrs at Wyoming was kind of a way to elevate yourself above the other people in the region. So these markers that first went up were markers, there's markers to the Wyoming battle, but the first Sullivan markers that went up were all along this area. This is where Sullivan traveled. They were all put up by different chapters of Daughters of the American Revolution. These chapters of the DAR were living in these Connecticut Yankee towns. They were Connecticut Yankee women who formed the DAR group. And then the people who were in charge of these DAR groups the people with the greatest status were the women who had Connecticut Yankee ancestors who died at the Battle of Wyoming. Okay, this is a complicated story. But by celebrating the Sullivan expedition, they're celebrating Wyoming. When you read what they said at the marker dedications for the Sullivan expedition, they would say, Sullivan was the sequel to Wyoming. It was sort of the necessary consequence of Wyoming. It was two parts of the same story. So the Sullivan marker dedications in Pennsylvania are really dedications to the martyrs who died at the Battle of Wyoming. And Sullivan was seen to be the mission of revenge for Wyoming. But even there was a recent new marker that went up in Pennsylvania, and I counted the words of the speech at the marker dedication. This is the number of words that were about the Sullivan expedition and the number of words that are about the Wyoming battle. And it was like 80% about the Wyoming battle. And then they said, oh yeah, and then there's a Sullivan expedition, and here's a marker to it. So that's one very brief way of concluding. The Pennsylvania markers at first were going up, put up by individual chapters of the Daughters of the Revolution. They didn't have to have any kind of state oversight. They were funding these markers themselves. The very first one was actually put up. This one. It was on a coal magnet's wife put it up on the outskirts of her second home in the mountains overlooking Wilkes-Barre. And so she put up this marker saying that this is where some men had died and were killed. So this is what the marker says. The bodies of these men were reburied by Sullivan's troops in 1779. So they were nowhere near her home. And in fact, when she put this marker up, she had no idea where they found the bodies, but she thought it was somewhere around, somewhere along the watershed. So the locations of these early markers were sometimes very fanciful. And so she got a lot of sort of local credit for putting up this marker, and she had a grand party at her house. So this is the first Sullivan marker in Pennsylvania, which is really about elevating this woman's family. And then talking about Wyoming. So many of the markers in Pennsylvania even mention Wyoming, like this one here. If you study the markers in New York, do you find them focus on Wyoming? No. Nobody's heard of it. Okay. So I'm going to go through kind of quickly. New York, you have a very different attitude. The idea of putting up markers to the Revolutionary War in New York came from this man, Pierpont White. He wanted to have an enormous committee to celebrate New York's wonderful Revolutionary War heritage because he wanted to compete with Massachusetts. He thought there were more battles in New York than in Massachusetts. And so we really should put up these markers because Massachusetts gets all the glory. And so even in his petition to the state, he's talking almost more about Massachusetts than he is about New York. But anyway, he had this idea. The sesquicentennial, there's a lot of activity. There was a committee that was formed. He wanted $9 million. The state gave them $5,000. And they did a survey. They found out that there was probably 650 locations that could be celebrated. And so then they had to decide among them. So at first they got money to just talk about the events in the 1776 and 1777. When that money was running out, the state historian, who I just showed you on the slide, thought, well, we could do something about the Sullivan expedition. This was really broad. This went all over the state. So this could include 20 counties. We could have lots of celebrations. So he appealed to the state and got some funding. But then he had to decide what to call it. So he changed the name. He called it, instead of the Sullivan expedition, he thought it should be called Sullivan Clinton's. And he elevated Clinton, who was one of the generals, elevating him above the other generals. There were 5 generals who were part of these different elements of the expedition. Why would he elevate Clinton? Well, this makes the expedition feel more like a New York event. So Clinton, being nephew of the first governor of the state of New York, so he he does that. So when you look at the markers in the two states, they have different names. They're celebrating different expeditions, and they have different imagery. There was a huge pageant reenacting the Sullivan expedition. That's something that we don't have time really to talk about, but I wanted you to know about that. It's really a kind of celebration of manifest destiny. And it's making an argument that Sullivan Clinton kind of cleared the land to establish the state of New York. This is what the markers are also saying. And I'm going to conclude with a kind of interesting. The markers have some all are wrong. So it didn't check the aggressions, it actually encouraged further aggressions. It's not the Sullivan Clinton expedition that extended the state of New York. The Haudenosaunee came back. It was years later, speculators, nefarious deals, sometimes state officials at the highest level were engaged in nefarious deals with different Haudenosaunee nations that removed them from the land. But it was not Sullivan and Clinton, because they returned. They had title to 2/3 of the state of New York after the revolution. This came out before the sesquicentennial. There was a commission to look at some minor land dispute. It concluded that a lot of the land transactions were actually illegal, according to federal law. This was a New York State commission. This got out in the news. 6 million acres of New York is white man's title threatened. Haudenosaunee people grouped together and they had a lawsuit against New York. They filed a claim. This is in the news in the years leading up to this. Indians point out like these federal best, like half of New York. This lawsuit was going on while the Sullivan Clinton memorials are being planned. So when you look at it in that context, does the wording on the plaque change how it sort of changes how you think about the wording on the plaque. So the appeals were not exhausted until May 1929. The markers had to be established and set up before that time. So the pageants and everything were being held. So it wasn't clear what was going to happen to 2/3 of New York State's land while the markers were being established. So you could argue that state officials were kind of nervous, or at least they wanted to reassure the population that yes, we really belong here. This land really is ours. Sullivan Clinton really did get the land for us, even though that's not true. So that's something that's really interesting about the Sullivan Clinton markers, 35 markers that we put up at that time. I've gone through this really quickly. If you have questions about specific things that I just mentioned, let me know. But I want to share with you some mysteries so that we have time for some questions. There are a lot of markers put up at Seneca Falls by DAR chapters to the Sullivan expedition, little markers like this. Every other year on January 1st, we don't know who the women were who did this. We don't, sometimes early DAR chapters were suffragettes, they were really trying to get the vote and so forth. There could be a really interesting story here about these women, and I haven't studied it. There's another, they chose a Native American name. Many of the DAR chapters have Native American names in their title. Why is that? It's kind of interesting. Your students might be interested to figure that out. Like, that became a trend in New York, not in Pennsylvania as much, but in New York for sure. There's a marker to Simon de Bolivar in Salamanca, New York, and it's unclear why. He was an anti-colonial revolutionary. It's on the Seneca, Allegheny territory of the Seneca Nation of Indians. I wonder if it means anything to people there. I don't know. The 35 Sullivan Clinton markers, the stone ones, were co-funded. We haven't sorted out exactly who co-funded each of them. There are applications in the archives. So this is the citizens of Hector applied for one. So that's kind of interesting. This Unadilla one was the last one to get established. What you find in the archives is somebody writing to the state saying, hey, have you run out of markers? We kind of like one in Unadilla. I don't know how to say Unadilla, by the way. Is that how you say it? Yeah. So here's a petition. It would be interesting to find out if there are relatives of these people who wrote the early petition for a marker in Unadilla. What's also interesting is the state official said in reply at one point, well, weren't you all on the other side anyway? So, Governor Clinton said that the white settlers there were all Tories, and that's why they destroyed it. So that's kind of an interesting backstory if anybody's from that region. Many of the monuments mention the location of Native American villages. I think that Arthur Parker, who was a Native American archaeologist, may have been contacted to figure this out. There's something interesting going on here. They seem to be celebrating the destruction, but Native Americans today can use these markers to locate where their land has been. And they have. There have been groups of Native Americans who have followed the Sullivan markers to narrate Haudenosaunee history. So was there another kind of story going on where Parker was trying to make sure that people remembered where they were? There are new markers going up all around. We have the Pomeroy Foundation putting up new markers. Students might be interested in those. There's also new markers putting Native American language. And here's a group of women that just put up their own sign, but they did it with the Onondaga Nation. So this is an active area right now. There's even a whole consortium of people involving local historians and county historians to think about ways to mark the 250th anniversary in new ways. Maybe people are talking about having a peace march along the trail. They're talking about growing corn to kind of symbolize the corn that was destroyed. So these are all good topics that you could think about with your students. There's also Haudenosaunee cultural centers that tell the story very differently, all along the way. So to conclude, I think this is an exciting time to be researching local history. So the public is very interested now in how the past is represented on the land. People are energized. There's a new energy and a new sense of connection to communities. And people are starting to feel, even young people are starting to feel that they should get involved. So the time is ripe to bring your students into the mix by showing them how strange and sometimes random these sites of public history can be. And it kind of makes it more interesting when you find out it's not just some kind of standard story. Many towns are named after unremarkable people in a way. Like, what is the story behind the town names? What names do they cover up and why? Many markers were also established by people with a conviction that history matters, but also the conviction that their deceased family members matter. So what is going on there? What new stories do your students want to recognize? The Sullivan Commemorative Complex is ripe for further investigation. And it's a great example of a story that's been on the land for about 100 years. People haven't really paid much attention to it, but now there's renewed concern and interest. Haudenosaunee have been injured by these markers for a long time. Why would people not see them as hurtful? Why are they seeing them as hurtful now? So your students might want to look at the comparison between the story told on the markers and the story told at Haudenosaunee Cultural Centers. That could be a really interesting project. Which little known heroes do your students think should be on the land? What marker would they set up? So I find this topic endlessly fascinating, and I hope you do too. And I wish you well as you continue on with your work establishing a career teaching the youth about the past. So thank you. Any questions?
Yeah. There's a little tiny town called Boulevard over there. So that's why they would cut them on. Oh. There's a town, it is named for Boulevard. And
So
they don't even know why. But one historian said they think that Boulevard was named in the same way as people in New York.
No, that's really interesting.
But the Historical Society does not currently have a home. And as you talked about something called DAR records, you will not find them because they were housed at the library and at some point 20 years ago they disappeared. And nobody knows where they went, but probably a dumpster.
Oh, wow.
So that's a fun coda.
Yeah.
There's a little town called Bolivar in Allegheny County, so that's named after him.
Okay, no, that's
It's very
curious, so that would be a really
They're known for
fun
a
project.
home.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Well, and my grandfather always said Horsehead, that he's from Horsehead, was called Horsehead because of Sullivan's campaign that they killed all of the livestock and everything else and left them in the fields, and that was why it was called that. And they were like, that's horrible, why would you name a town, something like that, but. that
Yeah,
was-
I have heard that story, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's little elements of the past that are kind of embedded in our local town names and street names.
Yeah, there's still not any oversight about determining where, right?
Well, yeah, that's really good, yeah. So in Pennsylvania, a historical commission was created in 1913, and people were still putting up markers. And I had some slides I was gonna show you, but the chairman of the historical commission started calling them bootleg markers. Like, what are we gonna do about these bootleg markers? They keep going up everywhere. Like, how can we have some kind of law to stop people from doing whatever they want? And so it's still a challenge. Pennsylvania and in other states will often force you to get partial funding from the state. So that means you have to work with local agencies and local organizations. So even if you have the state involved, the marker is still kind of the same as it was before, like the same people are commemorating the same stories. Yeah. The Sullivan markers, there's a folder, queries about the Sullivan markers. People are writing letters saying, hey, you have a list, write to the state historian in the 40s, 50s, 60s. You have a list of the markers, I'd like to go around and take pictures of them. And they didn't have a list. So then the state historian writes to all the county historical historians, asking them, do you have a Sullivan marker? It should look like this. It should have this text. He had the wrong text on his query because he had the text from an earlier version. He didn't even know what the text was. He had the date wrong. He said it was in 1777. And, but he didn't know where they were. And so people wrote back these letters, here's a little map, okay, I think it's right here. That's all we have. Yeah. So, and there's so many, it's really hard to track. I think states have given up. There's so many roadside signs. And in Tunkhannock at one point, there was a group of people in Pennsylvania that took down all the signs and repainted them and got them all spiffy for some anniversary, I think the bicentennial, and they put them on the wrong posts. So I think it's just hard without without a funding source, right? So the little county historical societies where I worked, oftentimes you couldn't work in the summer or the winter because they had no heat or no AC. People are working with just tiny budgets and without any resources. And so it's really hard to have, you need volunteers to come up with all of the locations of all of the signs, for instance.
What I've run into in all the except the things that you might want to know that you don't have any kind of supporting information if something happened there. So we are pretty sure that there was a black community on this one street, big farm, and nobody wrote there. And it wasn't on the maps. So how do you tell Pomeroy, we're pretty sure.
Yeah. That's right, yeah. So you have a lot of private memories or smaller ethnic group memories are stored in oral history, in oral testimony. And until that gets written down, it's hard to have documentation. Like you guys think it's
Do you have any suggestions on researching or like where the students, I know like State Archives has all these documents for like 150 commemoration. But in your journeys, you found certain places that were hotspots for finding that information related to local monuments and markers.
Well, the county offices often have a lot of information, like the county historians and town historians have a lot of information. So I operate, sometimes they have different information, so the town historian and the county historian, even though they might have information about the same marker, it might be different information, like one might have information about bicentennial celebrations, the other might have. So I found that really useful. I mean, the state archives are great, in Albany, if you can get to Albany, they just reams of material, and it doesn't take long to find it because it's just all in one collection. The state historian, especially for the sesquicentennial, was going to write a book, so he had the whole narrative of what happened first. So the whole book is just sitting in the archives. It hasn't been published. It's just in manuscript form. And then he has all of the documentation, like all the newspaper articles, all like stacked up in these files. So you can find that pretty easily. I use newspaper.com a lot. So I really find a lot of information about marker dedications and about the individuals, like the story of the woman who put the marker up on her estate. You know, the newspaper article tells about what she served at that luncheon and who was there, like the list of all the people who were there. And so you have, and what they said, the speeches are reported completely in the newspaper. So I find the newspaper.com is pretty great if you have access to it. The Fulton History Collection is also great. It's a little bit more wonky for searching, but it has more articles. Yeah.
And also New York State Historic Newspaper.org.
Oh, really?
Yep, there's a bookmark over there, like free.
Oh, I didn't know this.
Broome County, Otsego County is super well represented. This area is pretty well represented on there. There's a lot of people.
This is great. Yeah, I'll look at that.
And there are some individual libraries who have had their collections, public libraries who have had their collections scanned and have links to that.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, and the lower book is, you can find pretty easily. The earlier edition, you can probably get for a couple dollars. You know, there's so many out there. The newer edition, I don't know how much it costs, but it's really worth looking at because he does a kind of recap, you know, in hindsight, which markers that he talked about before are no longer there, which new ones have been put up. It's organized by state, so you can look up certain strange, odd markers in each state. So it's kind of fun that way.
So you teach undergrads, right?
Yeah.
Do you find that they are prepared from their high school careers to think about kind of approach?
Yes. Although, this is what I heard. I'm teaching a class now. We're talking about U.S. settler colonialism. We're talking about how Native American history is kind of silenced on the land. And so students have told me, a student told me yesterday that she was in AP history and they were going to talk about prehistorical, you know, like pre-US time periods. They had a whole like unit, but the teacher said it's not going to be on the AP exam, so we're not going to cover it. So it really depends on the particular school, the particular teacher, the particular class. But they do seem to know a lot about, you know, U.S. history. Yeah. Yeah, I'm teaching it more as an anthropologist, and so we start with like family memory and other kinds of collective memory and oral history. So the marker piece used to be a very small element, but now, you know, since Black Lives Matter, more and more students are interested in markers, so I think we have a much bigger. People are interested in art form and other kinds of, you know, installations that are new ways of talking about the past. So dance performances. So the students are interested in that kind of stuff. Well, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andy. It's nice that you're on your way out of the area to conference perhaps, or
Yeah.
yes, sorry, we really appreciate you having time for us. So this is what Claire was speaking about. Oh, great, thank you. So we're taking a little bit of a break. We're gonna set up for Zach and Ryan to talk to us about certainly the Pomeroy Foundation and what happened locally in Cheshire around that. So please, coffee up, you need it, muffin up, parfait up, whatever looks good back there. And we'll be with you shortly.
Yeah.
Thanks for helping with the sign and. Because of the action-packed day, thank you for letting me bring us all back. I'd like to just take the opportunity to introduce Zach, is coming up from the Portland area and is all prepared, and we've had some great conversations via Zoom. Zach, Claire, Jordan, Alicia, and a few other folks to get ready for this day. So thank you so much for being here, and you're going to be joined eventually by my family, which is for you to eat over at Education. So with that, go for it.
Thank you, Pat.
Absolutely.
I am not a teacher, nor am I a professor, and projecting does not come naturally to me. So if I'm quiet, if you can't hear me, I brought our salt potato handouts that just throw it at me, get my attention on them to speak a little bit louder. But first of all, I just want to thank Jordan and Pat for setting this training up, and thank you all for joining us today. I know this is a busy time of year for teachers, but it means a lot to have you here. Also, kind of difficult to follow that first presentation, but I will try my best. Dr. Smith did a great job talking about the complexities, the difficulties of public memory, public history, interpretation. Again, it's an excellent presentation that is going to be very tough to follow. My name is Zachary Finn, and I'm a research historian and educational coordinator at the William T. Pomeroy Foundation out of Syracuse, New York. This probably comes as a surprise, but I love history, especially Good Cemetery. Those are my favorites. At the foundation, two of the programs I work with, I help oversee the New York State Historical Marker Program. So those are the blue and yellow markers I'm sure you're all familiar with. And I also help oversee our Patriot Burials Program, which commemorates the sites of Revolutionary War veterans with these historical markers. Prior to my time at the foundation, I worked in museum education, actually in Upper New York, which was mentioned earlier at the Stewart House Museum. And I also worked in the classroom at OCM BOCES and then East Rochester Union Free School District, which is right outside of Rochester. So during my time at the foundation, I've been involved in really creating and growing our educational outreach opportunities. One of the things we'd like to see with our work is an increase in student-led organizations, whether that's a history club, whether that's a class, whether that's an extracurricular program, submitting applications that are led by students. And that's really what we're going to be talking about today, what the application process looks like, what you can expect as a teacher, if that's something that interests you, but also you believe would interest your students. And then at the end of my spiel, at the end of my section, I'm going to turn it over to Ryan Page with the Union and Tiger Ventures program. He's one of the courses he teaches there is geography, and they successfully submitted an application and received funding for a historical marker. So I'm kind of going to be providing, what the application process looks like, what you can expect, and then Ryan will be able to provide you with a more practical, this is how he applied it in his classroom, and perhaps, again, it might be something that interests you and your students. Just to kick this off, a little bit of an introduction into the work that we do. I'm going to turn it over to our founder.
This is the stuff your insurance company doesn't want you to know about. You notice your auto insurance payments are cracked.
There we go.
Historical markers are at the heart of my family. As they traveled, my father and grandfather never missed a chance to stop by a roadside marker. They loved learning about our nation's history and of the compelling people, places, food, and legends that are woven into the fabric of our great nation. They always believed these markers helped create a pride of place and gave communities across the country an opportunity to share their unique stories. Born from this unwavering belief, the Pomeroy Foundation fully funds roadside markers and National Register plaques. We believe key moments in local, state, and national history should never be forgotten. To date, we have funded more than 2,000 historical markers in 49 states, and we want to fund many more.
As we approach America's 250th birthday, let us help your community spotlight its history with a Pomeroy Foundation marker. From my family to your community.
that, so we don't get another insurance. So we're a private foundation, started in 2006, and one of our missions is to help communities commemorate and preserve their histories. And the primary way we do that is providing grants for historical markers for our historical marker grant program. If approved, the marker, the pole, shipping, all of that is covered by the foundation, so there's no need to fundraise or anything like that. The only thing the applicant needs to be concerned with is getting the marker in the ground. And we'll talk about some of the ways that we can partner with property owners, with municipal governments who are oftentimes involved in actually placing the marker. But again, everything is fully funded by the grant. The way this looks is an organization, a 501c3 nonprofit, a local, state, or federal government entity, a nonprofit, academic institution, historical societies, or who work with museums. They submitted an application with the required materials, which we'll be talking about in a little bit. Once the application is submitted and the primary sources, a land permission letter, a very kind of brief overview into the history that's being commemorated with the actual grant application itself, a little bit of background information and the location. Once we receive that application on our end, it's initially reviewed by an outside historian, so an outside reviewer. If it moves forward from that point, it ends up with one of the historians on our research team. So I am on a team of 3 historians. We review those applications, we make sure everything's vetted, everything's been verified with primary sources. We can also help with the language. The review process, it's not a yes or no on the end of the applicant, it's a back and forth. So, let's say points A, B, and C have been proven with primary sources, but the 4th claim was, proven with a secondary source, or it's a little bit unclear. We can point in the direction of maybe a local repository that might have a primary source that can help you prove what you want to include on that marker. We can also help you potentially with rewording. Maybe you can't prove that a structure was built in 1832, but there's a map in 1835, so we can tweak the language to say built by 1835, and we got that structure. So the review process, again, it's not like a normal grant application where it's a yes, no. This is kind of where we go. We're able to provide some insight, we're able to help, and especially when we work with classrooms in the past, when we work with teachers, this can be a good experience for students because they get to work with a professional historian, they get to learn about grants. Again, it's not, they don't send it away and maybe need to think about it for a little bit. It's very much a back and forth process where we're here to help. And then after it's been reviewed by the historian, by the research team, as long as everything's in place, then it's presented to the board. And again, if approved, everything, shipping, the pole itself, the marker, it's all funded by the foundation. So that's nothing that the applicant needs to worry about. We do have a number of programs, and you can see some of them up on this slide. I'm going to go through them briefly. Today, I'm really going to focus on the New York State Historical Marker Program, which is one of the programs that we fund. Just because it thematically is very broad. Anything before 100 years, for 2024, people, places, things. It's because it's so broad in range of what you could interpret. Everything that you'll be learning about throughout the New York State Historical Marker Program can be applied here as well. So it's again pretty universal in the things that we'll be talking about. But these are some of the different thematic programs we have, starting with Hungry for History, which Ryan will be talking about a little bit during his portion. Hungry for History is to commemorate local recipes that are significant to your community. And again, think about the impact that potential recipe, that meal, that food item had on the community. We're not looking for just one restaurant that has this specific sauce or this specific sandwich. We really want to think about the ways that it matters to the community. Nothing that's trademarked, which hurts me dearly. I'm from Rochester, and the garbage plate is of course trademarked. I struggle with that. But again, it's a dish that's important to the community. A little bit of a spoiler alert, but Ryan will be talking about the CD. So that's the marker that is applied for. And again, that's just a good example of a regional dish that you see celebrated with the CD Fest. It's important to the community. I think, throughout his, as he was introducing it to students, he talked about the impact of illegal immigration on Binghamton, so he's really able to take this dish, this sandwich, and just expand it out into something that really got the students engaged and provided them with a lot of historical context and information before they started doing the research. Next is, and that is, Hungry for History is nice because it's rolling deadline application, so there's not a deadline that you have to worry about. So I know as teachers, there are peaks and lulls in your schedule. After testing, you might be looking for something to do. Not a deadline that you have to worry about with Hungry for History. You can apply for that anytime during the year. Legends and Lore does have a deadline. We usually do a fall and spring round, and that is to commemorate local folklore. And folklore, because we don't have folklorists on staff, when one of these Legends and Lore applications is submitted, we actually partner with the State Folklore Society, so we have a partner in New York, and then we also partner with another folklorist. So again, these markers are very carefully vetted to make sure that the information going up there is considered folklore in the academic sense, and also, again, making sure it qualifies for everything that goes on those markers. There's a whole one not far from here that I've included on the slideshow, just because it's pretty interesting. Next is National Register. So those are for any built space, cemeteries, structures, historic districts that are listed on the National Register of Historic Places. Just one thing to keep in mind, it needs to be publicly accessible. So these markers aren't for private residences, they're not for businesses. These are for places that folks can visit. Museums, libraries often walk National Register applications for libraries, historic districts. These are probably our easiest applications to pull together. You only need to prove that they're listed on the National Register of Historic Places, which you just go to the National Park Service website, you can get all that information. You only need the land permission letter, which I'll talk about in a little bit. And then the language is going to be very boilerplate, exactly what that marker says, replace it with whatever the structure that you're commemorating. You can go through the application, even though there's not a lot of needing primary sources and synthesizing it so it works on the medium of a marker. If you've ever spent time with the nominations for the National Register of Historic Places, there's just a lot of really interesting local history that are included in those write-ups. If you're looking for a good source, whenever I start a review, or like a New York State historical marker, whenever I'm trying to get a sense on that local history, I typically go and I use some of those nominations because they provide community history and introduction. So it's a really good way to just familiarize yourself with some of the stories and get some ideas. But again, very easy application, and just make sure if this is something that you're interested in, if you've got a sense really into architectural history, this might be a good option for them. And then lastly, our historic transportation, which is recently expanded from historic canal, but now it includes sites related to aviation, silk canal, bridges, railroads, really any transportation, built structures, or anything that you can still see from before World War II. So 1945, that cutoff date. But they're, again, it's a newer program. We're seeing a lot of really good applications for these. And it can kind of be low-hanging fruit. When you look at former depots, when you look at bridges, a lot of them don't have any historic interpretation in place. So these markers can be a good way to take a structure that's still being used, that still functions in your community, and provide some of the history about what you were used for. So again, if you have students who are potentially interested in something like that, that would be a really good program to consider. Like Legends and Lore, that is offered 2 times a year with fall and spring. And then again, this is going to be the one we're focusing on today. So this is for the New York State Historic Marker Program. So you can see really the basic parameters of this program. Commemorate historic people, places, things, or events within the time frame of 1683 to 1924. So again, really kind of broad time range. Since 2006, the foundation has funded more than 950 markers in all 63 New York State counties. Those numbers were crunched, I want to say a month or two ago. I think we are very close to having 1,000 markers in the state, which is pretty exciting. But here you can see one country down the road from us, that's right in Binghamton, to an opera house. But yeah, this is what these markers look like. You can kind of start getting a sense of the character limitations, the title line, the actual design. A couple other things to keep in mind. There are a few caveats to consider if you end up pulling together an application or introducing this to your students. If it's for a building, we want to make sure it's still standing. So we don't do studies of building, just because really the purpose of these markers are to be educational, they're to be interpreting a site. So if there's a marker at the site of a former building, again, there's just a little bit of a disconnect there. We want to make sure that, if you're doing a building, that, let's say, a fourth or fifth grader, they read the sign, they look behind it, you want to make sure it's the same building that's being commemorated. So again, we don't really use sites of former structures. We typically, if the structure was torn down and something's rebuilt, if it's outside our time frame, again, that wouldn't qualify for the program. We just want to make sure that whatever the person is looking at is what's being commemorated by the marker. And also make sure if it is a building, let's say it's a church, let's say it's a school, you want to make sure to place that within the broader context of community history. You don't want a marker sitting next to the list of things, built circa 1850, closed circa 1950, reopened as historical society, 1960. You want to tie it into community history. Were there any interesting features went there? Was there, a family or a political event held at this church or at this school? Was there notable individuals who attended? Tied to that community history to get folks interested in the history of that structure or that you're telling as a marker. I'm going to mention this multiple times throughout this presentation, my apologies, but especially with the school groups that I'm working with, reach out to us if there's a potential place you want to commemorate, if there's a story you want to tell, if there's something your students are interested in. I've got my information at the end of the PowerPoint. We want to help you with this process. We want to set your students up for success. We want to make it as beneficial for them as possible. Hopefully Ryan agrees that it wasn't too difficult, but with all of the schools we've worked with so far, typically I'll do a quick introduction, and we have this a marker in Trenton, Indiana for a World War I nurse who passed away while in France. And initially, the school was planning on submitting an application for a school structure that was no longer there, so it wouldn't have qualified for the program. We did a quick meeting with them. I introduced our program to the students. After that, the students decided we have this interesting community story. A woman named Mayberry was a nurse, probably the first American nurse to die in Broome-Tioga during World War I. Spent the whole life really kind of serving the community. So because we had that initial conversation, because we were able to talk about the parameters up front, the students were able to locate another story that really interested them and pull together just a phenomenal application. They're doing a big unveiling, I think during Memorial Day weekend. So again, that, we're here to help. If you have any questions, reach out to me and we want to set you up for success. Right now, for the USA Historical Marker Program, we do it by region. We are talking about for school groups, potentially changing that in conversations. But right now, as it stands, the New York State Historical Marker Program, regions 10 through 12, which would include everyone here. Application becomes available online end of January. The letter of intent is due end of February, and the letter of intent sounds very intense. It is not. It's basically a Google form. This is where, when we work with applicants, it's a potential inscription, what you're looking to commemorate, and what's on that site. So basically a Google form. The reason we have that in place is just in case it's not something that qualifies for our program. Before folks start doing a lot of research, we can let you know that it doesn't qualify. So again, very easy form to fill out. It sounds pretty intense. It's not. Basically a Google form. Assuming it moves forward from the letter of intent, then the application deadline is due the beginning of April. This is for this year. I mean, replication for 2025 will be the same. The application that's where we need everything in place. You got a little bit of time between the letter of intent and when the application is due. And then you'll receive, again, an email from a research historian throughout that application process once you submit it. that would work with you, if there's anything that needs to change, if there's any sources that, you need to continue forward with the application. During the, April, May, you'll hear from us and we're able to help you work with you. So I'm gonna very briefly go through this. This is, again, kind of like a quick timeline that you can expect if you end up submitting an application. I also included Tuesday, one of our lessons more marker, one of the ways that folks, when you do the MBA, like they do, so they decide to commemorate it. In the process of submitting an application in your background, first thing you'll want to do is submit or complete a profile on our grant portal. My background is in GM education, so I'm used to writing grants. So when I look at the grants that you have to fill out throughout this process, it's very easy, I promise. It's much easier than what I was used to in the past. Basically, this is where you create an application and an organization. The one thing you will want to keep in mind is that for the granting program, if it's approved, you receive a check for the complete amount of the marker. So whatever organization creates the application profile, you want to make sure the organization that will be able to cash the check. So whether that's a school club, whether you want to go through the district itself, that's just something you want to keep in mind up front. But again, we can always update the organizational profile if something changes. But you create the application, the organization profile, we verify that you're a nonprofit or you all will be, so that won't be an issue. And then you have the ability to submit a letter of intent. Again, very basic form, shouldn't take too long. It's just a general, this is what we're looking to commemorate this historical marker. It's approved, it moves forward, and then step 3 and step 4 is kind of what we're going to be focusing on today. But this is where we make sure we get everything that's needed that will be eventually presented to the board and reviewed by that research historian. So we need primary sources to verify everything that's going on in the marker. Ironically, I included lessons and more, which is the exception to that because primary sources typically aren't used for local legends and folklore. But again, I couldn't not use that picture about everything that goes on our marker needs to be verified with the primary source. Again, there will be a researcher you work with who will help you, verify everything, confirm that everything has been proven. We'll also need a land permission letter. So wherever this marker is supposed to go, whoever owns that property will receive a land permission letter saying that it should funds be received by the local Commonwealth Foundation. We owners of whatever the property is land permission for its local marker to place. A proposed inscription, and I will say this again later in the meeting, later in the talk. They don't get hung up on the inscription. That's where a lot of folks really decide to focus all of their time. They're so worried about getting that inscription perfect in the application. Again, we'll help you. And writing for historical marker is a very difficult medium. When I'm doing reviews, when we're offering rewrites, I typically, the research team, we normally don't go through like off of each other because it is such a particular medium. And we want to make sure it's not confusing to folks. So if you're an applicant, don't get too concerned with the inscription. Make sure you get the information that you want to include on there. We'll help you connect it to make sure that it meets the standards of the board. After you submit your application, you'll be working, it'll be reviewed by an outside historian, then you'll be working with a research historian who might be offering suggestions, might be, wording look really good, but let's say find the circa, little tweaks like that. We make sure that everything's ready so that when it's presented in the board, your application has the best chance of receiving funding. And that typically, once the application is submitted, that turnaround takes like a couple weeks, and you try not to bombard you with emails, maybe work less. You try to just do everything up front, so you can kind of factor in where you need the application to go. And then if it's approved, you can start planning a marker unveiling, like they did with Tuesday there. Doesn't need to be that elaborate, but it's a good way to get students, I think, starting to realize the impact that they had with commemorating community history. Ryan, I'm trying to keep stealing your thunder. Ryan did a really good job when he was presenting the speedy application to the student and talking about the impact that it would have. He pulled up the Speedy Fest website and told the students how many folks are visiting, Broome County that weekend for that festival, and how many folks are going to see that marker. And you can start to see a clip with the students, the impact that they're going to have because, they were willing to do some primary source research, they were willing to work with Ryan on the inscription. It was, as an outsider coming down the teacher, it was really cool to see, and again, Ryan did a great job with that. So one of the things you need to consider when you're pulling together your application is selecting a site that makes sense. Dr. Smith pointed out how a lot of those earlier markers from the 1920s, the 1930s, his best guess, and oftentimes it ended up in the site that might get the most visibility, or by whoever the benefactor was, they wanted to buy their house. So you want to make sure when you start doing this review process, when you're figure out what history you want to tell, find a good site. And I would say do that even before you pull together the letter of intent. Start making moves to get the site set up, because you're going to need that land permission letter. Sometimes those turn around really quick. If you're working with a municipal government, a town with a marker going in the right of way, they're often excited, and it's okay if it's another organization, they'll be able to kind of move that forward pretty quickly. But sometimes if it's a private landowner or something like that, it might take a little bit of time. So make sure to kind of get, as you start, have a site in mind. You want to make sure it's got a connection to the subject of the marker. And also remember, it's going to impact the wording of the marker. So a lot of those, when they initially submit an application at the foundation, they really want to say born here on a house, right? That's something that comes to memories that a specific individual was born in this house. We talked about the importance of that. It is very hard to prove in primary sources that someone was actually born in a house. Unless there's a journal, unless they go on to publish something later in their life, proving someone was born in this specific house or a marker is going to go very difficult. A little easier, and I don't think you use any of the important features as significant. Live here, then you can use census records, then it becomes a little bit easier. So keep in mind how the location is going to impact the wording of the marker. Oftentimes, if there's a notable individual we want to commemorate, but their house has been torn down, or it's difficult to prove that they live, in a specific house or a specific structure. One of the things we can recommend is find a public space, find a park, and talk about their significance or ties to the community as a whole. So there are ways that, again, we can kind of help you with the wording and figure out how the site is going to impact the final description. Also think about visibility. Again, thinking back to Dr. Smith's presentation, that one historical marker that was in someone's backyard, the public's not going to see that. So that's not really benefiting anyone, that's not providing educational interpretation. We want to make sure these markers are visible to the public so that, when folks see it, again, they're accessible. You don't want it on the side of a highway because you can't pull off and read it, so that makes it difficult. So think about visibility and accessibility of a site or where a marker might go. Again, safety and parking is always something that you'll want to consider, and the board will consider as well. Figure out who owns the land, who will be signing the land permission letter during the early stages. And again, like I mentioned, think about how the site will impact the linkage of the proposed marker. If you want to mention an individual's ties to a community, you probably want to mention the name of the community or mention the year they lived there. Think about how you can form those connections with the inscription. And again, just to reiterate, if the structure no longer exists, the application will not be successful. Websites of the building. And here's the big one. Everything we include on our markers is going to be primary source that is proven with primary sources. So you don't need to worry about transcriptions or anything like that. As you're pulling together the application, you can have students access to those really great digital repositories like New York State Historical Newspapers, New York State Heritage. Old Fulton is really good. We've got a number of local historical organizations and resources we will be talking to later in the afternoon. But everything we pull together, everything that's included in a marker needs to be verified with primary sources. And I included this picture because I love it, and also because it's on John Lewis Gavis. He does he's an old word historian. He writes this really good book about historical interpretation and how historians interact with the past. And he uses this picture on the cover. And it is, what it's meant to convey is that as a historian, you're always looking through the fog of time. You never know exactly what an individual is thinking. You can never really, again, it's shrouded by the fog of time. Primary sources don't really cover that fog. That makes sure that, as historians interpret a primary source, and then another historian disputes them and reinterprets that source, that field of historiography as interpretation changes. We want to go back to those primary sources, they cut to those interpretation and make sure that language is a value charge. Again, is the best way we have to connect to the past to make sure that everything including on the markers are accurate. I was include this image when I do a presentation to a school group. It's like that game of telephone, right? When you're looking at original source, even if an expert in 2023 publishes an amazing book that it completely encompasses all of the history of whatever historical event you might have, and they're the expert. They poured over every single primary sources, they were in the archives, they know the exact historiography of that specific subject. Sometimes, when they're interpreting things change slightly. Or when the historian looks at a primary source from a slightly different angle, so that when the next historian approaches it, they're coming at it at a different vantage point. Just like that game of telephone. Sometimes you'll see, a historical, an event, a story, as it gets reinterpreted, it starts to change a little bit. So that's one of the reasons that we require everything being proven with a primary source. I'm sure all of you are familiar with primary sources, but just in case, that's any documentation that occurred at the time of the event, and in which the information documented was based on first-hand knowledge. Even sometimes really experienced historians get a little bit confused with this on the application process. We see those 1870, 1880, the Centennial County and Community publications. Those submitted a lot, and typically those are looking at earlier history. So that's not a primary source, even though it's old and it might be a good jumping off point. We need how those publications got their sources. And as Dr. Smith mentioned earlier, sometimes when you're looking at those turn of the century publications, there's a very evident historical, there's a historical interpretation that they're looking to promote. When you go back to the primary sources, you're going to get a better view of things and be able to provide a fuller and more accurate history, which is why we have that requirement in place. The inscription, again, don't fret about this, but the title line allows for 15 characters. I always think about this, you're educators, you know what a good book is, right? Like that, how you get students drawn in, it's that initial introduction to the lesson. We think of the title in the same way. You want something that's going to draw someone's attention. You want to make sure it's historically, it's relevant to the time period that's being commemorated. We don't want, a modern description of a site and then talking about history of it. You want to keep that in mind. Then after the title line, you've got 5 body lines. Each can have 27 characters, and that includes spaces and punctuation. There is a little bit of wiggle room because these markers are set by the boundary. If you have a period or if you have an I, those are a little bit thinner characters. So there is a slight wiggle room. But if you have any questions about it, whether it's specific line of fit, you can reach out to me and I can let you know. And again, don't stress over this, whether it's the LOI which requires the proposed description or the actual application itself. In my time looking at the foundation, in a very lengthy 2 years, I think we've had 2 markers whose inscriptions went through from beginning to end without at least a little bit of a change. It's a very specific medium, it's difficult, so don't be offended if you receive an email. Like, hey, it's like tweak to the inscription, it's just because it is a very particular style of writing, and the foundation has as well. So for resources, that you could potentially use to introduce this to your students. And again, I don't want to tell you your jobs are all better teachers than I am, so you know how you could implement this in your classroom. But I think this is one of our best resources in a way that kind of gets students thinking about historical markers and kind of, the power of place, what's been interpreted, some of the different stories that they can tell. This is our historical marker map on our website. This includes all of the markers that the foundation has funded. There. This is consulting research by programs. The most for today, the quick example. We go to the historic marker program. You'll see we again approaching on 1,000 there. We got 994. So this will be all the markers that are funded in New York. You can see their location. And if we zoom in, maybe this one, because I want to talk about this later. One of my favorite markers are new. So this was St. James Anthony Giant Church in Ithaca. On our marker map, we've got for every marker that's funded, it's got the actual inscription, it's got the location, it's got the applying organization who received the grant, and then also a write-up, something a little bit more in depth, and then we'll link to any relevant sites. But for introducing historical markers to students, again, Brian did this. He just pulled this up and kind of went around and looked at some of the different markers. And it's a good way to kind of identify what your students' interests might be. When you go through the filter and search, you can look at subjects, there's a bunch of different ones. You can kind of pick there. Legends and lore are always popular just because they're such a unique story. We've got one for Ichabod Crane. We've got one for the Headless Horseman. It's a good way to kind of get students engaged. And then, again, we've got all of those listed there. So I'm sure most of your students have one-to-ones, or if not, they have access to a computer or a phone or something like this. They can go on this and just kind of explore around a little bit. I'm just going to pull up and one of my in Allegheny State Park. I think this is a good example of this, a site that typically wouldn't have a historical marker. This is way off the beaten path. So if you look on the map here, I will drop down on Google Maps. But this is probably the most remote area of Allegheny State Park. There is what was a former community. The only built space left is the cemetery, and it's called the Wolf Run community. It was for primarily like lumber. They did some hunting and trapping, but primarily the way they paid their bills was through logging, through working with lumber and working with mills. This is really kind of the first public interpretation of this community that's no longer there. That will be placed hopefully within the next few months. And it's for a cemetery that's still standing. That is a 24-mile hike. But again, this is one of those sites that's off the beaten path. Hopefully, I think in the past we would have gotten a historical marker. But the historical marker now is serving as kind of an entryway to further interpretation. The marker is going to let folks know where the cemetery is. And once you learn about a cemetery in the middle of the woods, that's pretty cool. So now they're starting to build some interpretation around it. I think the local historical society is doing some stuff with it. So again, it's a good way to kind of approach community history and set up the historical societies and museums with ways that they can continue to develop programming around these sites. Yeah, if this is again something that interests you and your students, having them spend some time on the marker map familiarizes them with the language, with what these markers look like. You can start to see some of them that are funded, and it's a good way to kind of explore some different ideas and get them thinking about different sites. So just a couple of markers that kind of stand out because I think they're unique and they're thematically or subject line office and path a little bit. Like Dr. Smith was talking about earlier, typically when we think about the 20s and 30s markers, you're seeing historical markers for political figures, diplomats, veterans of military service. They're in familiar places, right? Places where, there's tourism built around them. There's a lot of already historical interpretation in the area. These are some good examples of markers that I think really kind of expand the scope of stories being told. And again, for your students, it might kind of help them think about different stories that they can tell with a historical marker. This one's for a home called Applecroft. It was the home of Christine Frederick, who was worked with economic and efficiency development of built spaces. And in this house, she would conduct experiments to standardize like household operation and like the way like the kitchen would function, and then she would go on to publish all of this information in magazines across the time. She was a famous author. She worked with economics. Really kind of an interesting historical figure. You can learn more about her by visiting our marker map. But this is a private house, and you drive by it and not know that this history happened here. So again, just kind of a good way to expand the scope of the stories that are being told, and also in a location that doesn't have a lot of historic interpretation at the time. This was one of the earlier markers that I worked on. This was really cool. The applicant was actually a nonprofit ambulance organization which purchased a former Buick dealership. And because this Buick dealership was so important to the community and the family that run the store, they worked with them to interpret this history. So, typically we work with historical societies, colleges, current historic applications. That was the first nonprofit ambulance marker application we had. And it's for this Buick shop in Western New York that was founded by World War I veteran and his brother, and it stayed in the family for 97 years. And they're continuing to kind of interpret the site. Guy by name is the first line. There's kind of like a rag-band store. Like everyone would stop by the shop to talk to them. So I had a lot of community significance. And again, it's kind of one of those markers I think that you wouldn't expect to see, but it tells a really important story to the community. Really interesting too. So we're not far from here, Death Valley Road. So this is Legends of Lore, cautionary tales of murders, hangings, drownings, and scattered bones here. So full by residents for generation. So again, this is folklore. This one has a simple backstory too. I think it was in the 50s or 60s. There was a local school who conducted oral histories of folks who lived in this region to try to figure out what the reason behind its name. And there were a bunch of different stories, all of which you see on the marker. There were stories about murders, about hangings, about folks drowning. It seemed the most conclusive, and again, they weren't able to prove it definitively, but there was like a slaughterhouse down the road, so there might have been like wild animals who, while picking at the remains after animals had been processed, we dragged them to the road. But kind of cool, it was an oral history report done by students in the 50s or 60s, trying to capture, the meaning behind, the reason behind Death Valley Road and those stories. This was the marketing I think I pulled up. I worked on recently, so recently, in fact, we don't have a picture of the marker as we just received it. But you can see the inscription here. And I really like this one just because, the story is amazing. And it's a really good example of when you're submitting an application, you don't just think about the heavy hitting component of history, right? Everyone reads this. St. James Amy, Zion, church built for 1836, Tower and Belfry added by 1904, visited by Frederick Douglass and Harry Tubman, both delivered presentations at this church. Congregation actively aided the Underground Railroad. So this is a very important marker with a lot of history. And when students, this was actually pulled together by a historian and the current pastor of the church, but a lot of times students, when applicants are starting to research a historical marker, their primary source of research, what they're going to focus on, is the last three lines, right? This is about Frederick Douglass and Harry Tubman. That's really going to be the focus of the research naturally, just because it's so interesting and so important. And then also the congregation actively aided the Underground Railroad. That's another thing that required a lot of, delving into primary sources, working carefully on the wording, all of those things. So be careful about focusing on just the big statements included on a historical marker, because just as much as you have to prove the bottom half of the marker, you also have to prove the first two lines, that the church was built circa 1836, that the Tower and Belfry were added by 1904. And those are things that a lot of times when you're working with historical art organizations, the assumption is, well, we know that. That's when this building was built, that's how it's always been told. You still on our end need to verify that with primary sources. Luckily, this organization just did an outstanding job. The way that they broke this up, church built circa 1836. We were able to prove that with an autobiography from one of the early pastors. We gave kind of a 4 to 5 year period when the church had been constructed, and then they were also able to identify a newspaper article from 1836, which kind of got it a little bit more focused where the church was beginning to build the structure. We know it's around this period thanks to those two sources. Tower and Belfry added by 1904, and wording-wise, notice there's a slight difference. You see church built circa 1836. This one we say Tower and Belfry added by 1904. The reason we have to do that is because there was no newspaper article talking about the addition of the Tower and Belfry. There was no publication that the applicant was able to locate, that I was able to locate, that the historians they were working with were able to locate. But we were able to find a 1904 Sanborn map, which had both the tower and belfry on the structure. So we know that by 1904, those two issues have been made. So that's why you see that slight regional language. Visited by Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman. Both of those were proven with newspaper articles contemporary to their visits. So from the time that they visited, not later on. And then congregation actively aided the Underground Railroad. This was proven with personal accounts printed in newspapers. The reason we couldn't definitively say that the church was the stop on the Underground Railroad is where St. James AME Zion is located. There was a pretty predominant African American community that developed around the church. And it was, reading those primary sources where they were talking about the church and its congregation having involvement. It never said that, an individual, a freedom seeker making their way to Canada stayed at the church. And it was possible that they stayed with the community next member nearby. What we were able to prove definitively is that the congregation actively aided the Underground Railroad. So again, we were able to use personal accounts that were printed in newspapers, in the 1880s, but from someone who was involved at that time to verify that information on the historical marker. So again, those 27 characters, 5 lines, it doesn't seem like a lot. You can include a lot of information on there. So this is one of those markers where there's just a huge story there. The church has partnered with Cornell University, their archaeological department, to continue to do research on the site. So the marker draws folks in, it's very visible, and then they're continuing to expand their story, which is just really cool to see. So lastly, this is my last slide before I turn it over to Ryan. Thanks for bearing with me. Just some things to keep in mind. Like I mentioned earlier, talk to your administrators, how the check will be deposited. Think about, if you're successfully received when it be grant funding for historical marker, make sure which school, which club, which part of your school is going to deposit the check and then issue one for the historical marker. Those are a wash. Keep in mind that as the application moves forward, you'll be working with the research historian who will make suggestions, point out where additional sources are needed. You do want to plan on that. It's not just to get the application as a yes or no. Know that you'll be hearing from someone at the foundation. So just want to factor that in when you're planning. Once the order form is received, to approve, it takes around 2 to 4 months for the contractor to complete the order. So if you want to submit an application and have it arrive by the end of the school year, so your students can see it, or be involved in failing, just keep that in mind with when you submit the order form. Also, April 26th, 2024 is National Historical Marker Day. We've got some handouts on each of the tables just to get folks out there seeing historical markers in the community. Doesn't need to be a Pomeroy marker or anything like that. If you are interested, you can sign up on our website and you can send some swag, you can send some information. And again, if you throw anything on social media, we'll be able to share it. And then last thing I've got, resources. A brand new education page as a month ago for the project. And again, just talks about some of our educational outreach offerings. We've been working with more schools. We've been sitting at the Syracuse IPC public policy class. We did a marker for the former Syracuse technical school that's right next to them. That's getting training for STEAM school. So they submitted and successfully received a historical marker for that structure, which is really cool. And we've also developed a curriculum. It is pretty thorough. I think it's 3 weeks worth of content. We've partnered with a really great educator to develop that. But if that's something you're interested in, if you request curriculum, it's free. Just put in your name and email, and we can send you that email plan. You can incorporate it in your class any way you'd like. And then lastly, here's my email. Just reach out to me, and I'm happy to help with any part of the process if this is something you're interested in doing with your students. These are some of the schools that we partnered with. Your ventures will be talking soon. Yeah, I'll turn it over to Ryan, and then I'll hang up here if anyone has any questions. But thank you all.
everyone. Thanks, Zach, for giving us the intro to the Pomeroy Foundation and all the great work that you guys do. Thanks, everybody, for being here today. So I just wanted to give a little bit more of an insight from a teacher's perspective on some of the things that Zach was talking about. So as he said, my class at Tiger Ventures, I'm a social studies educator in the UB district. I work at Tiger Ventures, which is a magnet school of the traditional high school. We specialize with kids who typically struggle in like a standard classroom setting. We have smaller class sizes and we focus on project-based work. So one of the things that I'm able to do is I have a couple of elective courses, and one of my electives that I did for the first half of the year is geography. I call it world and human geography, so I kind of do a little bit of anthropology with it as well. For our third unit, we focus on regional geography, and for that, I kind of did like a sub-focus on cultural geography. And I did kind of a case study using food for the first time. The second time I've taught this course, first time I've done this. So I'm not sure how familiar everybody is with project-based learning, but there are 7 aspects to it. I'm not going to get super in-depth with that, but basically the main focus is taking it and creating some kind of public-facing, authentic product. So one of the things that we did to start the unit was I kind of introduced the importance of food from a personal perspective. And what I had the kids do was bring in a family recipe, something that really meant something to them, something they really enjoyed. You know, they would come home and mom or dad's cooking this, and you know, it makes their day, kind of a deal. Or there's something they're looking forward to enjoying maybe over the holidays or something like that. So they brought those in and we compiled them into a recipe book. So I actually had members of our staff participate in this as well, anybody who felt like sharing. So we had little books that I think we had like 15 or 20 recipes, something like that compiled. I had those printed for BOCES and we gave them out for any staff and students who wanted them, not just for our class. So that started the idea of what food can mean to someone personally and to their own family. And from there, we kind of worked with expanding the idea. So we talked about certain foods that are, you know, they mean something to our local community. And if you're from this area, one of those foods is definitely sweets. I know personally they've meant something to my family, like my grandfather had a certain recipe for them, my uncle has another recipe, my dad has another recipe, and then you have like the traditional, you know, the local restaurants around here, the Lupo's and Speedy Rib Pit, and then the Salamita company as well. So we kind of expanded that to how could we recognize this as being important to our community? We have the recipe book for recognizing its importance to us, but what about something that, you know, more people could participate in and more people can have a part of? So this is where the Pomeroy Foundation comes in. I first heard of them through a colleague of mine, met with Zach, did some good work with him, and he told me a little bit more about the Hungry for History program, which he talked about a little bit at the start of the presentation. And we decided that we could conduct research and possibly get a historical marker for students somewhere in Broome County, and that would be a really good way of recognizing that cultural impact. So basically what I had them do is I have a class of 13, I split them into 2 teams. They got to pick which team they would be a part of, so they could do research, or they could be part of the plaque design, coming up with, based off of the parameters, according to the Pomeroy Foundation, what should the markers say, or what might a rough draft of that look like. So in introducing the project, as Zach mentioned, one of the hooks that I had was, you know, to kind of get them interested in this and involved was, you know, anytime you go to our location, which I'll talk about in a minute, we actually picked Oswego Park where Speedy Fest is held. Anytime that you go over there for the rest of your life, this thing's going to be there. And you can be able to tell your family or your kids, your grandkids, whatever down the line, hey, I helped make that thing. Not only that, but we did some further research and we talked about the Speedy Fest, how many people come, not just from our area, but from literally all over the country for this event. I have family who've come in from New Mexico, North Carolina, Connecticut, just for this event. They're from the area previously, so that's how they know about it. But, you know, based off of their website, they say, you know, they estimate about 100,000 people travel to our area every year for the entire weekend. So thinking about how many people are going to see this as it pops up. And I did have a little video, but that's okay. It was our district media team came in and they filmed some of the kids doing research, and they had some of the kids talk about their roles on the project and what the project meant to them. See if I can find that a little bit later for you. But I did hear some of these resources brought up before with Dr. Smith's presentation and Zach as well, kind of talking about great resources to use when you're looking for primary sources. We had the New York State Historic Newspapers database. That was, I think, the one that we ended up using the most, mostly because it was really helpful that it didn't require a subscription. Other ones like newspapers.com, Press and Sun Bulletin, Ancestry, you have to pay for. In some cases, like with the Press and Sun Bulletin, like we were able to use some of the previews of materials, and that was sufficient enough where we could kind of take a screenshot of it, send that in, and that worked out. But also using the Speedy Fest website and also the Lupo's website to kind of get some stories from the local business there as well. So some of the things that we found out as we were doing this research, I personally didn't realize Speedies were this old. Zach, what was the year like the recipe has to be before and it has to be older than a certain date again for it to qualify?
Well, I want to say, in research history, I think it's before 1970.
1970, that sounds right. Yeah, so for it to even qualify for this particular grant for the 100 History Program, the dish has to be older than, as Zach said, 1970. So we figured out that Speedies were invented in Endicott around 1938. I did find one primary source where it was this restaurant, this Italian restaurant, that was selling them for their 4th anniversary special in 1940. So maybe they were a little bit older in 1936, but because, as Zach said, we don't have definitive proof of that, that's why we have a rough estimate for the date of circa 1938. According to the Speedy Fest website, the first Speedy Fest to celebrate Speedies was actually held in 1984 to settle a recipe dispute. Again, if you're from this area, people it can get kind of heated in terms of whose are the best or what's the original and all of those different things. So the best way around that to kind of foster that sense of community rather than that sense of competition is to be neutral, is to be vague, especially with a lot of the ingredients. So on our marker, we avoided the words glucose, salamida, all of those different things, particular kinds of bread, particular kinds of meat, because there's all kinds of different answers for this. But we all know that collectively, as Speedies, and that's the point of this, right? So we decided to place our marker in Otsego Park, which was the home of Speed Fest, still is. This year, I believe, is their 40th anniversary. So this is kind of also a nice coincidental timing. The hope is to unveil this plaque, I think the week before Speedy Fest, sometime in mid-July. So that will be one thing that was helpful. I think the other thing too was the original location in Endicott is somewhere near, I want to say George and Johnson Park, I think on Oak Street, somewhere over there, and I don't believe that the location exists anymore either. So there would have been a lot of controversy had you picked that location. So I think this was a great way, not only to have that aspect of neutrality, but also with visibility and accessibility with a park. Also, in terms of getting the land grant was actually, I'm sure easier going through the Broome County Parks Department rather than private ownership. Broome County Parks Department really jumped at this opportunity. They were really excited to have this, and they think that it's going to be a great deal for Speedy Fest when it's open. And just to kind of reiterate some of the steps that Zach was mentioning, one of the things that we went through. So the first thing that we did, Zach actually came in and gave a similar presentation to my students, talking about the Pomeroy Foundation and some of the things that they do. And together we looked at their website with all of the markers that they have. And the kids really got a kick out of that, especially looking, like he said, the folklore ones were really popular, looking for where the Headless Horseman is and all of those things to kind of get them interested and involved with that. So I got in touch with Zach, obviously, as the representative from the foundation for help in starting the application process. He made everything really clear, and that it really wasn't very difficult. to be honest with you, in terms of getting this accomplished. The first thing that I had to do was get that letter of intent, which he said is basically a Google form, just kind of, here's our idea, here's what we, have researched so far, here's what we plan to research, here, kind of just going through our goals for accomplishing this project. And then I also had to reach out to the landowners. Like I said, that was Brenda Gallo, the Broome County Parks Department. Had to get her permission in writing to send to the Pomeroy Foundation, which I think you said it was like a record how quick she replied to that. It was like that afternoon he had the letter. So that shows how really excited I think Broome County is to get this accomplished. In terms of the amount of primary sources, there's no real set requirements. We came up with 10 or 12 different, mostly newspaper articles. I think 5 to 10 would be satisfactory. As long as you have the information to back up, like we saw with the AME Zion Church, every line on the marker has to be backed up with some kind of sourcing and information. So as long as you feel like you've conducted sufficient research for that, you're good. Following the plaque design parameters was also really simple. Again, this is, like I said, with one of my groups, they came up with, based off of the instructions of how many characters per line and the requirements with you can't have anything trademarked, you can't have specific brands. So once they had those requirements in place, they ran with it, came up with a lot of really creative ideas. We kind of had some compromising and voted on what we wanted our final version of it to be, which is what we sent in. As Zach said as well, it can get slightly edited by the Pomeroy Foundation. I think they just edited a couple words and punctuation marks with ours. So they asked me the way that it was phrased was, is this okay with you? Does this look good? And I had no problem with it. I showed it to my class. They had no problem with it either. So we were good to go. We sent that in. I'll show you what the text will say in a minute. After that, on their website, there's an application to fill in with, again, just basic steps with going through the project, what the name of your organization is, proving that you're a nonprofit and you're a public school. That's obviously fairly straightforward. And then just kind of the text for the marker, some of the research that you've done, sending in screenshots, I think is what we did of the primary sources from the different websites as well as links just to back ourselves up. And one of the things too, as Zach mentioned, is you do need to apply with some kind of organization in your district that has an account. We used our student government. You could use a class, you could use any kind of club. It doesn't really matter as long as they have an account with the district, because that is where the Pomeroy Foundation will send the check to, and then that organization will then take that money, make a check of their own, and send it to the foundry to actually make it, or to make a marker. So then you click on submit that application. I think the entire thing took me 20 minutes to fill out. Very straightforward, very user-friendly. Again, as with the update, we saw the little picture of my class on the Pomeroy Foundation website. So we did receive approval in January. So we did this project for about a week in December. We received approval in January to fund the creation for the marker. It's currently being constructed. And again, the goal, as of from what I've heard from the Parks Department, they've been in touch with the county executive's office to try to figure out what an unveiling ceremony might look like. I'm gonna let them probably figure out the ceremony and where it's taking place, and if they ask my opinion, cool. But I'm not going to go back to send every much to ask for it. The goal I think is somewhere near the entrance of Otsego Park, kind of where that the pond is on the right hand side, and where they have the check-in tent if you walk into Speedy Fest and get your admissions of the day, things like that. Last I heard, the goal was sometime in late July, probably a week before Speedy Fest takes place, the first weekend of August. So this is what the official marker is going to read. So we have the title with Speedies, Broome County specialty as early as 1938. So again, just that phrasing, kind of circa, as early as 1938. skewer chunks of marinated meat, charbroiled and served on bread. According to most of the traditional recipes, that's how they usually come. So that was, what we said. I know that there's lots of different ways to eat them as well. And we also had celebrated as Beauty Fest starting in 1983. So somewhere in here, the entrance rock meal part is so that's just kind of my 2 cents as to the application process. One of the questions I've always gotten, talking about this is it doesn't obviously have to be about food. That was just my particular case study that I used. There's lots of different resources and types of markers that you can get with the Pomeroy Foundation. And as long as, again, I would just say get in touch with Zach. He's the man for the job here. He was super helpful to me, made it very easy, and I know myself, kids are really excited to see the final product here at the end of summer. So, if you want to come back up for questions as well, we can kind of tag team them, I guess.
I can't wait to see it. I am super excited, and Ryan is awesome.
Anybody have questions?
In terms of markers, do you ever change them? Did you get new information?
So we have some examples, the 1920s and 1930s, we had organizations reach out to submit an application to replace it. They've gone into disrepair, and you'll do that, but it's a new application. So it's not like we print a marker. And a lot of times when those applications are submitted, so it changes, there's updates on new resources that have been found. But we have seen some examples where some of those older markers have been updated with more factual information. Yeah.
Could it be, I'm just thinking in context, the floods of 2006 and 2011 were so significant in that region. We lost so many homes that were taken for green space, and like the homes were never built, like the water was a 500-year, flood. It was the highest it had ever been recorded. Could it be something like that, or does it have to be like a person or like a tangible thing?
What year was it?
It was 2006 and then again in 2011.
That's just a little bit too recent.
Too young.
Yeah. But that being said, we do have historical markers for events. So one of the recent ones I worked with, there was in Hudson River, that's on. So it's not, again, like historical markers, it doesn't need to be a celebration or like Dr. Smith, what she was talking about earlier. It doesn't need to just be everything's great. It can be a historical event with, some tragedy behind it. One of the first applications I worked on was Split Rock, the explosion towards the end of World War I in Split Rock, New York, where I think 50 individuals lost their life. So again, that's that commemoration component, and it's commemorating an event though. But a little bit too close time-wise, but a similar event, 100 years before is something that should absolutely be considered for a historical marker.
If there already is a marker, like I've been looking on, where you have the cemeteries, right in that market, do you try to limit the number that are at the cemetery if there is a significant number of people there that is notable, or?
That is an excellent question. So there's a lot of things we'll kind of factor in, and again, this is where that letter of intent is so important. So someone submits an application for a cemetery, and there's already a historical marker there for a specific individual, but there's enough space so they're right next to each other, and let's say the cemetery wants to commemorate the cemetery as a whole. Again, it's specific on how much space is there. We want to make sure we're not duplicating the same information. We do have some examples of bigger cemeteries where they'll have a New York City historical marker and a feature burial marker there for Revolutionary War veterans. So it's really kind of specific to the site, and we don't want to make sure we're replicating information that.
Yeah, I don't think it would be, because I do the voice in the dark thing with many people from the cemetery in the local history class.
Yeah.
They have one to Robert Harper, let's say, but there's another man there that I need more information. Missionary right at the end of the Civil War, which was not common for our little town. So I think that would be a really neat thing to still perpetuate. But I think it would be easier for the cemetery where he's buried versus where most homes still stand to the private property.
Yeah. So we do have examples where, again, like if there's enough space for now, we'll have people have one marker, and There's a representative who will be talking later about cemeteries and sites of interpretation. Like I mentioned at the start of the talk, I love a good cemetery. Your area has so many cool, formerly abandoned, now maintained by municipal, by the township. There's just so many cool cemeteries you have in your area, and I think specifically for students, it's a good way to kind of get them engaged, because it sounds like what happened with your class, they located a really interesting individual who probably doesn't have, any historical interpretation of that site, and you'd be able to tell that story. But it also draws attention to these sites.
And I have a question too, because we have a copy of the diary, so would that be allowed to be used as a primary source as well as like government records?
Yeah, so a diary typically, so we'll accept the original. Don't worry about doing transcriptions or anything like that.
Would be able to transcription.
Who owns the original?
Yeah, his family.
Okay, if he could,
If they're still alive at this point, I don't know.
yeah, so if you provide the transcriptions, the researcher can work with you. If it's not something you can consider, there's ways you can,
Okay.
But cemeteries are just, it's a minister, good abandoned cemeteries here. You've got interesting stone carvers like Hoffman, who we have a marker for, and G.W. Stewart. And these sites, if those markers aren't there, they kind of blend into the backdrop of driving. So again, I think it's a really good process to know your students better than me, your other teachers than me, but there are a lot of abandoned cemeteries around here that could have some cool historical markers. Any other questions?
Thank you. I don't need to talk a bit more at lunch about the CRY Cemetery Association. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Thank you so much. As I'm listening in, I'm thinking, of course, this supports the sales committee running that specific project piece. I know Jordan's going to be talking more about the New York State Historical Research Awards and their considered historical work and supporting that. What particularly resonated with me is our students can tend to think that we do the work of historians and social studies. And just the opportunity to partner with historians doing this work just basically kind of blows that out of the water and helps people really see that there are careers in history, there are people that are doing this work all of the time, and just an opportunity to talk about that. So I really appreciate that. And yay, it's the 40th anniversary, right? All right, awesome. All right, so Jordan's gonna come up and talk with you all. You might want to take like a mini 30-second stretch. Lunch is gonna be starting to be set up in the back soon. But we don't want to go away from our table.
And it's a New York story. So it's about Lincoln's push for immigration during the Civil War to help fill some of the jobs and some of the factories and on farms and things, but also the recruitment of immigrants for military services. So it's a really interesting story. Along with that, on the other side, you'll notice there are archived juniors. Now, how many in here are high school teachers? Are there any middle school? Middle school, and then no elementary. However, I would say that if your students are challenged readers, junior isn't a bad thing. It's designed for upper elementary and middle school, but I don't think it's out of the question to use it in high school. But this is, you have the latest one, and then you all have all fact issues as well. This is available for free. So if you want a classroom set, there's a Google form. If you follow the QR code, the Google form you fill out, you tell us how many copies you want, and we'll ship them to you for free. So even if you got someone else in your school that would be interested, elementary or middle school, if you're not interested, please share this information with them, because we've had a lot of, we've given away over 10,000 copies of the 4 issues. So it's very popular. It's got a rewritten at the 5th grade level of the article, and then it has primary source analysis and learning activities. So it's a handy little way to bring primary sources into your classroom. And then also, we have a poster in there for the student research department, what I'm going to be talking about leading up to lunch here, to hang that in your classroom. So that's what's in the folder. There's a free pencil in there for you as well. And kind of actually have to sharpen. So those are all things for you to take with you. We also have some information on the back table you can check out during lunch. But for today, what I want to talk about is the New York State Student Research Award Program. How many people have heard of it? Not many. So how many people have heard of History Day? Okay. So you can, so what this is a way for your students to get recognition for their historical research. And we have, there's lots of different types of projects. We even have another category, so it can look any way that you want it to. In fact, I'm going to pass around some sample projects that you can look at while I'm talking. I also have a handout, the report for last year. So it lists all the projects that were submitted that received recognition. So you can take a look at the list of projects as well. So everybody gets a copy of this. And then I'm going to start out with, I'll put one on each table and then just kind of pass them around as I'm talking. There. Here, and then just circulate them as so in order to get a certificate of merit, which every student will get, every project will get, if they use primary sources and they have an annotated bibliography. So those are the 2 requirements to get recognition for your project. If they don't meet those requirements, we do send a letter to the mentor, to the teacher, letting them know feedback as to why they didn't qualify for a certificate of merit. Everybody gets a letter with feedback, but just to know that everybody gets recognition if they meet those basic requirements. The winners, so we have an elementary school level, so 4th, 5th, 4th, 5th graders. We have middle school 6 through 8, and we have a high school 9 through 12. So in each category, there's a cash prize, cash award for first place. In the last few years, we've had such great projects. We have done a first, second, third place for the upper levels. We don't get a ton of elementary submissions, which is unfortunate because it really is a great project for elementary school. It's very interdisciplinary, and you'll see the project that's coming around that I will highlight from elementary school. There's a teacher in Pittsburgh, up near Rochester, who does a project with her class every year. For 4th graders, she teaches them She has them diving into census records and primary sources. And so I'll talk about a little bit about that, but it's a great project even for elementary school. Now, you can have an individual project, so one student can do their own project. You can have a group of students, 2 or more, do a project, and you can have your whole class do a project, similar to what Ryan did with his class. So it's very open. We don't have a theme, so you can pick any topic that you want. You can pick any topic that you want. And we do have honorable mentions. So if you're above the certificate of merit but not quite the winner, we also give honorable mention recognition. So connections to the seal of civic readiness. So I don't know how many of your students, your schools are doing that, but that senior capstone project, and I've had this conversation with a couple of teachers that are doing those projects with students, and their one comment is that our deadline is so late that seniors aren't really interested because they're already thinking about college. And our deadline is July 1st, and we do that so that gives you and your students your whole school year to work on the project. and you don't have, doesn't interfere with your testing in like April and May and Regents exams. So we make it later for that reason. We are thinking about possibly having a separate senior division for just seniors that has a little bit earlier of a deadline that might make it a little bit more appealing to them to take. But also the middle school research project. So the senior capstone is, they pick an issue in a local community, they research the issue, they look at a proposal for a solution or some remedy for that local issue. This fits perfectly with that. For middle school, it's more of a historical research project, which again, fits perfectly with this program. So it's a very easy process. There's a one-page submission form, entry form that the teacher fills out. We do all of our communication with the teacher instead of the student, which makes it a little bit better for the privacy laws and things like that in New York State. And then in elementary school, while you're not quite into SEAL yet, this really helps to teach your students a lot of those basic foundational skills that will be really helpful when they get to the middle school and high school level, where they can build on those skills doing these other types of projects. All right, so some of the sample projects that are coming around. The first one of the categories we have is historical marker proposal. Now, if you send that to us, we're not doing the process through a Pomeroy. You would have to do that separately. But your students could submit that work twice. So they can submit it to Pomeroy to get the marker. They can also submit it to the Student Research Award Program to try to win an award or at least get recognition that way as well. So there's an example from quite a few years ago of students down, I think it was Staten Island, that did a historical marker proposal as a student research award project. And they actually won that year. So that's what we see now coming around. There's 6 miles on the Erie Canal. This is the second one like this that this elementary school teacher has done with her students. Here's the interesting thing. Where does she start her research? She takes the class to the local cemetery. And they're broken into groups of 2 and 3, and they choose a cemetery marker for, the first year they did this, they looked at Civil War veterans. So they have quite a few buried in their cemetery. So each group of students picked one Civil War soldier to research and write about. And so they create a book. That's how she creates. That's the other category. That's how the information is disseminated once they are done with their research. They work with the art teacher to create collages to go with each soldier, with a Civil War soldier. They created videos. They worked with the technology teacher to create video, and the librarian to create videos about their research. So it was really cool to see 9 and 10-year-olds in these short, 2-minute videos talking about their research and how the newspaper article said he was this one, but the census record said he was this one. And we had to decide how old was he really, when was he born. So you have 9 and 10-year-olds thinking about historical research and vetting resources and trying to determine which one's accurate, really realizing that not all primary sources agree. You have to kind of figure out which one might be more accurate and why. And then this year what she did is they went to the same cemetery and they found people who were canal workers on Erie Canal. Canal runs to Pittsburgh multiple times. I drove through it and I'm like, I think I crossed the canal 3-4 times just driving through town. But so they looked at common everyday people that are buried in their cemetery, but had a role in the canal in some way. So there were women, there were children, there were construction workers, all sorts of different individuals. And again, they were in teams, and they chose an individual, and they did the research. So the research involves newspaper articles, census records, local town records that give them information about what the person's experience is like. So there's also the ELA component because the students are writing and editing the publication in a book. So it's really an interdisciplinary project that she makes for her 4th graders. And the teacher loves social studies, so she has that going for her, but she finds a way to incorporate all the different subjects that she teaches for her 4th graders into this project. So it's great project-based learning at the elementary level. This other one over here, which I passed around, they just did a PowerPoint of their town tour. So they basically did a history tour of their town as their project, and they show the information in the PowerPoint. And again, the students are all, we're all doing a different piece of the research, and then as a class, they present the information, and they actually look for individuals in their community. And then this other one, and the QR code on your agenda takes you to all the resources for today. I forgot to mention that. So all the PowerPoints are on there. And there's also a document that was created by Sarah from the Fort County Library System on local places to do research. So check that one out as well. But there's a link to this documentary, which is the winner, the middle school winner for this past year. There's another documentary on there too that you can do. So students, they have all different types of projects that they submit. But this one was on the Salem witch trials, and I think I passed around the unpaid videography for that too, so you can kind of see what that looks like. But you can check out that documentary in real time. And their documentaries are usually around 10 minutes or less. But those are examples of projects that students have done for the different grade levels. Now, judging we do now virtually. We used to do it in person, but post-COVID we do it virtually. All the projects are submitted virtually now, so you can still mail them in. We have some students that still like to do the display boards and not take pictures of them, but mail us the display boards. So we get the tall, trifold science fair type display boards. But you can mail them in, or you can do them, submit them virtually in email, images of it. The judges now, because we do it virtually, come from throughout the state. It used to be, we did it in person, they were very local to Albany, where they're located. But now it's from, so like now we have a teacher from Buffalo, a teacher from Camden. So we have teachers, and we also have historians / archivists that serve as judges. So we get both perspectives when they're evaluating the projects. So it gives the students really good feedback from both an educator perspective and from a historian archivist perspective. They got about 4 weeks to judge, and then we mail out letters and certificates to teachers the first, like usually the second, third week in September. So that's we found out about that. And we used to do an in-person luncheon pre-COVID. We haven't started it back up again, but we are looking to possibly next year start the in-person luncheon. So all the winners get invited to a luncheon where they're, formally recognized. One of the best ways to learn about your teacher, or even if you're a local historian, one of the best ways to learn about the program and how it all works and what the projects look like is to be a judge. So if you're interested in doing that, then you can definitely reach out to me. On the website is the guidelines. So if you go to citizensourceny.org, Student Research Awards, you'll find that poster again if you want to print out something. But also you'll find the guidelines for this year. It's like a 10 or 12 page document. So it details all of the rules and different types of projects and what an annotated geography looks like. And also there's the entry form. So if you're interested in submitting a project, there's an entry form on there. It's a fillable PDF. And put the information in, sign it, and send it in the project. So I want to go a little bit quick because I'm sure there's going to be questions. So what kind of questions do you have? Had anybody heard about this before, other than my crew?
Do you receive any entries from the 7th year?
No. So about half of our entries come from Wilmette. So it'd be nice to get some representation from the rest of the state. We get between 150 and 200 entries a year. It's not a lot when you think about the fact that it's open to all New York State students, whether they're homeschooled, private school, public school, anybody, any student in New York State grades 4 through 12 can participate. So it's free, it doesn't cost anything. One thing I didn't mention that we'd like to make sure you know is that we really would like students to be doing original research. So coming up with a research question, right? And really diving into the primary sources and coming up with a unique answer, maybe a perspective that hasn't been considered before. We get a lot of dual submissions that went to History Day, and then they can also submit to us. They can submit to both. History Day is a little bit more demanding in that their deadline is earlier in the year. There's a regional competition, a state competition if you win at the regional, and a national if you win at the state level. You know, this is a little bit more low key. It's just New York State students. And the deadline, like I said, is July 1st. So you have all that time for students to work on a project. We try to encourage local history projects, but you can do it on any topic. We get a lot of global. The winner from high school this past year was a research paper on Venezuela's economic, insurgency in the 70s. So very interesting paper. But I mean, so like I said, you can do it on any.
So, do the schools that submit, they have an elective that they do? I'm just trying to think of time and like
Right.
where in a class or when, like AP in New York is in May, so you can kind of have those kids that would have maybe some time after an AP exam, but I'm thinking like regular global history kids aren't gonna have a lot of time in their schedule. So is it kids that have electives, that is an elective?
So the ones we get from Long Island, those schools have research as part of the school curriculum. So every student has to do a research project every year.
Is that English?
No, it's social studies, and it's grades 6 through 12. So there are social studies and librarians, social studies teachers and librarians work together. So that's a separate kind of, that every student has to do something. A lot of what we get are the students that are really interested in social studies, the teachers looking for something that they can do above and beyond what they're already doing in the classroom. We get a lot of those students. Also groups of students, so like say there's 3 or 4 students interested in something. A lot of times we get history of different science subjects. So the student really isn't social studies, that's not their thing, but they're super interested in space or exploration or the history of vaccine or development of technology, that sort of thing. So we get a lot of projects like that as well. So we try to encourage teachers to think about, your students don't have to do a quote unquote social history topic per se. It could be something, whatever's of interest to them. And those tend to be the best projects, are the ones where students pick something that they're really passionate and interested in, and they just research the history of it. You get a lot of like history of jazz, in the United States. That's a good student, that's their thing, they play an instrument, they're interested in reading history. So,
Yeah, the environmental ones,
yeah.
like that.
Yeah, exactly. And that's, those Long Island ones, that's what we tend to get because those students have to do a research project, but they can pick anything that they want. So, we tend to get a lot of variety there too, because they're picking things that are really of interest to them, which is great. But in conjunction with the historical marketing program, looking at your local history and things that would really be, students really get interested and excited when they understand that history is like in their backyard. It's not something that happened in Europe or in the South, like it's happened in their, their community is a part of something. I would encourage you, if you go on to consider the source, ny.org, we've got about 3,600 primary sources on there, all related mostly to New York State history, but also national and global. But your students can start there and looking for some local topics. Andrea, Dr. Smith was mentioning this morning that the file for the 150th celebration from 1929 for the American Revolution, we have all those papers. The historian at the time was going to write a book. Interesting enough, the same historian was going to write a book about New York and the Great War. And so he collected 33 boxes of documents from historians across the state on their local community involvement in World War I. And so we have all those boxes in the state archives. So we have letters, like soldier letters that were written that were given. We have newspaper clippings, we have photographs, we have little biographies that the historians wrote up about each person that served in their community. Those would be great jumping off things for students to think about looking at, someone in their local community who was influential in World War I. But it's also with the celebration of the 250th coming up. How do we celebrate the 250th of the American Revolution? How do we include multiple perspectives? Finding those perspectives in your local community, understanding how, people contributed who may not have been the people writing the historical record or the current markers that are out there. What was their experience like during the American Revolution? So those are some opportunities for your students to do some really good primary source research related to the historical marker, or if it doesn't qualify for a marker, so even talking about your communities, the impact of 2006, 2011 floods and the loss of so many homes and people leaving the area and all that. I mean, that's history for recent, but it's still history. That could be something for the student researchers or program as well. So again, use primary sources and have them give the reality, and look at some sort of a research question, how do environmental events impact our community? Kind of a big overarching, question that's relevant to the curriculum, that you can look at your local community as an example of how that happens. So there's lots of different things you can do. I mean, the sky's the limit when it comes to this, because again, we have no theme. There's other category for projects, it doesn't have to fit into one of the project categories. It's really wide open for your students to do whatever they want. And we're always excited to see projects from new students that haven't submitted before and new school districts that haven't participated before. So it's just a great opportunity, and it connects to the seal. So when you're doing that seal work with your students, this is a place they can submit it and get recognition, possibly cash award, building. So just trying to get more teachers aware of it, more students aware of it, and the connections to what they're already doing.
Some of those are interesting, can you give them somewhere?
Right. So we don't make them all available.
Okay.
We have a sampling on the website, and I brought some samples here. I toyed with the idea. My predecessor who ran the program only brought them around for like presentations that were available online. You do have a student time sheet that you have to worry about. Although when they sign off on the applicant form, they at least sign off and have their names listed as participants. So I don't know. I go back and forth on whether or not how many you make available, let's make available. But the two documentaries, the one on the witch trials and the one on the Navajo post office, are both available on the resource page that I gave you. QR code on your agenda, so you can view those two. But yeah, it's amazing when you look at the list of topics, like what the kids come up with.
What are the entry pathways again? School, homeschool?
Oh, anybody. So even if like you're a homeschooler, your parent, it has to be, the entry form has to be filled out by an adult.
Okay.
It's the only qualification. So even if your local historical society wants to partner with your student and they want to serve as the mentor, like we've had some from like New York Historical submit them. We've had some from Orange County Historical Society work with students to submit projects. So any adult, but you just have to be a New York State student. So in grades 4 through 12, they're going to turn on student. Any other questions?
You mentioned history day.
Oh, yes.
But I'm hearing in counties over the 6 counties, and the other. Anyway, I'm your local coordinator, and I have been for 4 years, and I have not found a woman soul yet. There's one teacher over in Broome County. That's it. And he said it's due on his own. So all that to say, if you wanted to participate, it's awesome. You could use the same stuff for your students, and they would have a very good chance of moving on to stage. This is just going on.
Yeah, it's definitely another good great program, for sure. Lots of opportunities for your students to get recognition for their work. And I'm here as a resource, so if you want to pursue a project and don't know where to get started or need any help, have a phone call or email or whatever. So you have my information, which I didn't mention, but my card is on the inside of that folder that I gave you. So feel free to reach out to me anytime about any of these things. My job is not one. So. Any other questions? How many are thinking they may think about doing this? All right, my work here.
There will be opportunities this afternoon in between our conversations with our folks here, our representative local historical organizations, the libraries, et cetera, and thinking. So there's lots of resources for Claire. Thank you for reminding us about History Day, and maybe there'll be an opportunity to check in with Claire too, and with Jordan and other folks that are here. Thank you so much.
And as Pat said, there's going to be more presentations after lunch, short, and then we're gonna have time, we'll have them each at a table, and we can rotate and brainstorm ideas on projects and students' ideas, so you know what's out there. I think that's the hardest part, is like, just knowing, you can't start with a topic if there's nothing out there that researches, right? Like, so, like the VAR thing, like understanding where the names come from, all of those records are no longer in existence. It's a really hard time. And students get frustrated, they're like, this isn't for me, this is too hard, I can't find anything. So it's about figuring out what there's out there for information, and then diving into the information. And a lot of times, talk to historians, that's how they start out trying to answer one question, and their book was totally different by the time they're done, because they couldn't find anything that really helped them answer the original question. But they found really interesting things to answer a related question that they found even more interesting, because that's exactly what one place. So you're often dictated by the primary source level, and that's kind of a big part of the learning experience of doing the student research award or a historical marker. I'm sure people start out wanting a historical marker for one thing, and they gotta quickly shift to something related, but not quite exactly what they were hoping for, because the information just doesn't support what they were hoping for. So, all right, thank you.
Thanks. So, lunch will be available shortly. So it seems like in an awesome way, we have extra purple folders around, so make it happen that if you have colleagues who could not be with us today, that, you don't leave any purple folders. There's important information. So Jordan doesn't want to take them back to home. Oh, okay. Give you a few extra minutes to, line it up. Excellent. We're gonna, roll it over to our folks from local, libraries, historical association, CNI Cemetery Association that have joined us to help you all think about next places for your kiddos and for you. So we appreciate that, and again, we're action packed, we're gonna get on with that. Thank you for your patience. Take it away.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Steve Kachula. I'm a member of the New York State Archaeological Association, and I'm also part of the Central New York Cemetery Network. So you can look up on the board what we do, kind of things we're up to. Well, what we are, we're people that are really adamant and about cemetery preservation. So that's what I'm involved with. So that's what I'm here today to give you my 10-minute, 10-minute sales pitch. So let me just say a little bit about it. In the president of our association and president of the Central New York Cemetery Network is Lady named Shereen Bauer. Shereen's a professor of archaeology at Cornell, and I'll tell you why I allude to her in just a second to make a connection with her. So what we are is we are basically people who are adamant about preserving cemeteries. And preserving cemeteries in New York State is like teaching. It's hard work. There's no way around it. So that's what it's about. But as a teacher, it can be very rewarding. So that's what we do. So we have two groups of people that are in the network. One group are actually called stone people. That's what I do. We are folks that actually repair. We do workshops on cleaning, repairing stones, and setting stones. And I have a mentor in the program that I work with. That's what I do. And what we basically do is we work on sandstone stones, so 19th century stones, the brown stuff, the red stuff, and early 18th and 19th century stones, marble. It's the white stuff and the blue stuff. So that's what we repair and work on. So that's one group. The other group in the network, I would call them, they're like our database people. So they keep track of carvers, they do workshops on different stones, and they're experts in that. So that's what we do together. So we are kind of passionate about doing preservation. We're trying to get people involved in it. We're trying to get our name out there so you know who we are. Okay. So, okay, so what I want to do, well, let me tell you a little about me. So I'm a retired UE teacher, black and orange, 34 years. I retired in 2019, just before COVID. Thank the Lord. Heard the horses, so I'm glad I got out. So like I said, that's what I've done. So after I retired teaching, I also run the cemetery in the town I live in Tioga County. I have for about 25 years. I'm sort of jack of all trades, master of none. But you can see me shovel. I can really go. So I know how to work. So I got involved with the network when I retired. I knew the folks before, but once I retired, I got more into it. So I've been doing it for about 5 years now. So that's what we do. So that's who we are, and that's what we're up to. So the second thing we do is we're trying to get your folks and your kids involved in cemeteries. I know there were a couple, Jordan alluded to it, Blake this morning alluded to it, but we want to get people involved. We want to get your students involved. And that's why I mentioned Shereen, because our webpage address is right here. So if you have an idea, you want to get involved, your students want to get involved, okay, then contact us. Send Shereen an email and say, hey, I went to your workshop, and someone's a good guy, you get a presentation, and he said to get involved in it. So Zen, I'm sorry? Sherene, Shireen Bauer, Baughur. It's just connected, just like it is connected. So Shbreene, Shireen Bauer, Baughur. So send her an email and she will send you a Zoom link. That's how we communicate. We're all over upstate New York. We get together once a month by Zoom. So if you have an idea or your students have an idea for a project, something we'd like to help you with, that's what we want to do. We want you to contact us. We want to help you. We need to get people involved. Send her an email. She will send you a link and come to a meeting. You don't need to be a member to come to a meeting. You don't need to stay for the whole hour. Just come and pitch your idea. And if you have an idea, I will tell you, there are a lot of people in network. I'm kind of down the food chain. But there are a lot of people in network who know a lot of people. They're really connected. So if they can't help you with the meeting, you have an idea, you want to get involved, your student has an idea, I'll bet you they can connect you with somebody. Because they know a lot of folks. Okay? So they know a lot of people. So that's what we want you to do. We have to get people involved. Okay? We have to do that. That's why I'm here this morning. Okay? So that's what we do. That's what we are. That's what we'd like to help you do. And your students do. So the third thing, just cemetery work in general. Over the last, I think, 12 or 15 years, the last numbers that I saw, about 500 cemeteries in New York State have become abandoned. That's the term New York State uses. Abandoned means they're no longer functional. The cemetery I won, we still have there, we still very good. But they become abandoned. And when they become abandoned in New York State, they revert, I'm not sure who took this morning, they become the responsibility of the towns, the municipalities. And they hate doing it. One, they don't have the money, the time, or the people to do it, and they don't have anybody trained to do it. And there's a thing in cemetery preservation, it's called do no harm. And do no harm means if you don't know what to do, don't do anything. I've been to so many cemeteries where people sort of thought they knew what they were doing, and they didn't. And that's really hard to correct mistakes. You know that as teachers, okay? 34 years of special ed, I know what correcting mistakes is all about. Okay? So don't do that. Get a hold of us. We will teach you how to do it. We'll come do a workshop. We will show you how to do repair work. We will show you how to do recess. We will show you how to do some basic things that we can teach you how to do. So you know how to do it. And you can teach other people how to do it. You can do it turnkey and teach other people how to do it. Try to teach your kids how to do it. It's pretty simple. It's not brain surgery. But there are techniques you need to learn to do correctly. Okay? So that's what I'm trying to do, get people involved. I'm going to make a little pitch on my own thing. I have a little different sort of take on local history. Local history is the most neglected part of the New York State curriculum. I'm not a history teacher, but I am a student of history. I love history as a kid. But it's the most neglected part. It's kind of sad, really. It's sad. So let me finish with a little story and I will illustrate my point. About 15 years ago, I contacted a very well-known preservation group here in New York State. And I was trying to get a grant to repair the mausoleum that we have in the cemetery that I run in Tioga County. And I contacted this lady and she said, hey, I have this idea for a grant. I'd like to do some repair work. And she said, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, we can help you with that. I said, oh, wonderful. She said, let me ask you a couple questions. I said, okay. She said, is there anybody famous buried there in the cemetery? I thought for a second. And I said, yeah, there's a couple people buried there that are really famous. And she said, really? I said, yeah. She said, who are they? I said, they're my mom and dad. That's who they are. And I said, about 60 other people that I grew up in the town with, they're pretty famous to me too. And there was a silence on the end of the phone. She knew exactly what I was telling her. I didn't need to use any colorful metaphors. How dare you? That's why everybody, back when I was a kid, they call it today, they call it a harmless history. And they just teach you the standard text. But that's when I was a kid, I'm older. That's what they did then. They didn't talk, back then, only had people that were rich and famous. Back when I was a kid, they didn't say the women had a story. Blacks didn't have a story. Native Americans didn't have a story. Working people didn't have a story. What nonsense. How dare you? So that's what we need to do. We need to preserve those cemeteries. So get out there. That's what you do, is get out there and contact us. Let us know if you have an idea, if you want to learn how to do it. We'll come and teach you. he will come and do a workshop, because I'll tell you what, once the cemeteries get overgrown and the stones fall over, delaminate, and they warp, marble warps, nobody's gonna take that out, and they're gonna be down. And that's too bad, because everybody in that cemetery has a story to tell, right? They deserve our respect, and they deserve a little hard work. So that's what I'm here to try to press the company on this. Okay, any questions? Yes, we do, yeah, all you gotta do is, yeah, we will come and do a workshop, we'll teach you how to do cleanings, resets, we have folks that come, yeah, we will. Now there's no charge, we do that for free.
I know someone that went to the cemetery of Florence on program.
Okay. Oh,
But they showed you how to do all the repairs.
yeah, we'll help you learn, show you how to do cleanings is what we do. We'll do some basic repair work, anything that's real heavy duty, okay, there's a touch to it, it takes a while to learn. I've been doing repairs for about 5 years, I have a mentor in the program, him and his wife, we've been talking about that earlier. So I've done that, I think I've done about 100 stones in the last 5 years. We sent repair about 100. Yeah, just send her and tell her that, send an email and say who you are, and that you would like us to come and contact you, and we'd be happy to come to a workshop for it. Okay, so anything else? Okay, does anybody have anything else that they would like to? Okay, oh, right, I'm sorry.
Only that I Googled for some of the things, so svbh@cornell.edu.
I think so, but I can't tell you yes, because I just see her every month, so I don't know.
That email you have up there.
That will, yeah, that'll get to her eventually. Yeah, that'll get to her. So like I said, send her, if you have something, send her an idea. Come to a meeting, you don't have to be a member, you don't have to stay for the whole meeting, and maybe we can help you, but like I said, there's a lot of people that they're pretty knowledgeable, they're way up the food chain for me, and they'll connect you, hook you up with somebody who knows.
Do you have any student groups so far that have been working with you to help, like, clean up?
No, mostly what we do are cemeteries that contact us either for one stone or the whole cemetery. We've done that too. We found the places are absolute mess. So we've done both. Most of them are, well, they're church groups or associations, that we have. Thank you for the question. Okay, but we're happy to do that. All you gotta do is send us an email and we're happy to do that. So, anything else? Okay, we got me 10 minutes. I haven't lost my touch. I've been retired for 3 years. All right, listen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah.
All right. Nope. All right. So I was going to talk to you a bit about the fall expansion. Let me just switch gears here. Steve, I want to assure you that there's lots of folks assembled in this room appreciate your passion for local history. We're right there with you. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joe. I'm the museum educator for the Phelps Mansion Museum, newly minted. I've only been in the position since last May. I just graduated my master's degree for secondary education. So my role at the museum has changed. I've been at the museum for 10 years, but I'll be 1 year this May first, and I'll be in this new position that I'm in. Is anybody familiar with the Phelps Mansion? Been to the Phelps Mansion? Okay. So the Phelps Mansion is a historic house museum. This is our mission statement. The Phelps Mansion will utilize and preserve its unique Victorian facility and collection to serve the public through regular tours, exhibits, and programs emphasizing local history, education, literature, art, and music. A couple things about the mansion. It's a 3-story house with a basement. When it was built in 1870, it was part of Mansion Row. We're right next door to the Broome-Tioga Public Library on 4th Street. It cost $120,000 to build. And today, if visitors can see the house, and you'll come inside and you'll see all different types of woods, marbles and chandeliers from England. When it was newly built, it was lit by gas, lighting, and had indoor plumbing, which was very modern for the times. The house was a little bit ahead of its time. It contained over 20 rooms when it was newly constructed. It was designed by a gentleman named Isaac Carey, who was born in Bennington, Vermont. He apprenticed with his father when he was growing up in Keystone, New York. They were known for their staircases. But at a young age, Isaac moved to New York City. He became an architect studying under Thomas Jackson, who apprenticed under Richard Upjohn. Richard Upjohn designed Trinity Church in New York City and many other buildings. Isaac came to Binghamton around 1854 when he won commission to design the New York State Inebriate Asylum, which still stands here in Binghamton. Some of Perry's other buildings include St. Mary Methodist Church, St. Patrick's Church, First Congregational Church, the Perry Block, the Broome County Courthouse, the J.S. Wells Residence, and the Gainesville Spring Forest Cemetery. And in 1883, he was commissioned by Grover Cleveland to oversee the completion of the New York State Capitol building as the fifth and final architect of a building that took 32 years to build and cost $25 million. He was primarily a Binghamton architect, but he did do work in Scranton and Wilkes-Barre as well. So, just a quick history. Anybody who knows me knows very hard for me to compress the history of the Phelps Mansion in a short amount of time because there's a lot of stories involved, but I'll do my best. Sherman Phelps was born in 1814 at Simsbury, Connecticut. He moved to Pennsylvania at the age of 14 years old. He went to Tunkhannock shortly after that, where he opened a hardware store, and then soon after that, began investing some of his money into the railroads and coal, which is kind of how a lot of these wealthy industrial stories begin. He moved to Binghamton in 1854, and as I mentioned earlier, had the mansion built in 1870. When he arrived in town, he helped establish two banks. He was president of the Susquehanna Valley and Shenango Valley Savings Bank. He owned half the gas and water company, and in 1872, he was the fifth mayor of Binghamton. He was married twice, not at the same time. His first wife and baby daughter died very young while they were living in Pennsylvania. He remarried later in life and had two sons. The second wife died before this new mansion was built. So when he moved into his new house on 4th Street, he lived there with his niece, Sarah, and his two sons, Robert and Arthur. Sarah kind of moved up from Pennsylvania to act as the lady of the house for a long time. Unfortunately, the family didn't live in the house very long. Sherman died in 1878, and within the following 4 years, both of his sons and his daughter-in-law, who had married the oldest son, all passed away. They were between 21 and 26 years old at the time of their death. And so in 1882, the big mansion on 4th Street had no owners. Eventually, the house was sold, and it was lived in by George Harry Lester, who owned the Leicestershire Brew Company, which later becomes the Endicott Johnson Brew Company. He owned it for a short time, and then he made some bad business deals and lost a lot of money in the house being a foreclosure. And it was temporarily rented to the Truman family, who lived in the house till about 1899. Then the house gets put up for sale, and then enters the longest part of the history of the Phelps Mansion, which is the Monday Afternoon Club. So in 1905, the Monday Afternoon Club purchases the mansion to use as their new clubhouse. At the time, the club was founded in 1890 in the Dwight Block, which was over on Front Street, which was another Isaac Carey building that was torn down many years ago. But originally, the club was founded as a literary club for women. These were the wealthiest, well-to-do ladies in town. They started with 8 women and grew in size to over 600 members in the 1960s. They had a waiting list because there were so many people, ladies, who wanted to become members of the club. Primarily, the club was focused on educating other women. So they had committees, and what they would do is pick a topic. So one month they might talk about the history of Greece, and they would invite guest lecturers to come and give presentations to the club on Monday afternoons. So they might talk about the history of Greece, art of Greece, music of Greece. That's kind of what they were doing. When they weren't meeting, they were involved in a lot of philanthropic causes. So they did a lot of war efforts. There's pictures of the ladies wrapping surgical bandages to send off to the war effort during the First World War. They raised a lot of money for local hospitals, the Susquehanna Valley Orphanage to furnish rooms and give the orphans things that they needed. And so that's kind of what they were all about. And then the last piece of the puzzle was calling attention to social causes of the day. So the best example of that is like the suffrage movement. The Ladies Club was very active during the suffrage movement. However, during that time there was a split amongst the club because there was some pro-suffrage in the club, but there was also some anti-suffrage in the club as well. And so to maintain the peace of the club club decided that they would have a pro speaker on one Monday and an anti-suffrage speaker on the following Monday, and then you could get two sides to the argument for the women's right to vote. The Monday Afternoon Club, as I mentioned earlier, bought the house in 1905, and upon buying the mansion, the first thing they did was attach a very large ballroom to the back of the house to hold all of those events and things that they were having there. And over the years, they hosted quite a bit of different activities. And in fact, during 1918, the club offered to have the ballroom be used as a temporary hospital during the Spanish flu pandemic. So, and history repeating itself almost 100 years later, we're in the midst of COVID. This is a photograph of the White House, which is where the original founding members started the club. And so the bulk of this history, as far as the mansion is concerned, even though we're called the Phelps Mansion Museum, the bulk of our history is the Women's Club, because they were there from 1905 till 2005. Today we're a nonprofit historic house museum, but back in these years this was a private ladies club. And all of the things in the house that aren't built into the mansion are from the Women's Club. So the art, the furniture, the records, everything is from the Women's Club. The Phelps family stay was so short that there's not a lot to go on or a lot of records to come by when it comes to the family. We do have Sherman's will and his son's will, and we have census records that show who was living in the house during different times, staff and family. But it's really the Monday Afternoon Club that we have a lot of tangible things. So on the next slide, you can see some examples of Monday Afternoon Club yearbooks. So every year, beginning in 1896, the club published yearbooks listing all of its members and known events that were coming up. So you can go back to any one of these club books and see lots of different familiar names like Mrs. Kilmer, Mrs. Roberson, Mrs. Link. All these big, well-to-do ladies were all members of the Monday Afternoon Club. We also have club minutes from 1890 to 2005. We recently just got a grant with Davidson University, and all of the minutes are currently being taken to the library at Davidson University to be digitized and transcribed so that people can have access to these records. Because right now the only way to read these minutes is to go up to the office and pull one of these out and flip through pages. So eventually the idea is to make it accessible to everybody. Just a couple of examples too. The Monday Afternoon Club had really well-known speakers over the years. I just pulled a few off, but Jack London, Harry Chapman Catt, Amelia Earhart went to Binghamton in 1935 and gave a presentation at the Binghamton High School auditorium as a guest of the Monday Afternoon Club. Grant Wood, the artist who painted the American Gothic painting, and then Lyman Beecher Stowe, just to name a few. But again, it's a long list of speakers that came here. So, if you've never been to the mansion, next slide. We do conduct guided tours of the house on Thursdays through Sundays. We do also offer group tours and school tours that can be booked through myself. Or you can also go to BOCES as part of the extended classroom, so you can go to BOCES and you can book a field trip to the museum. Last year, we welcomed 1,724 people for tours, which maybe doesn't sound like a lot, but when you have a staff of 5 and just a small handful of volunteers, that's a lot of people to the building. And then through our events and programming, we welcomed another 4,286 people to the building last year, which is great. Those numbers are coming back up post-COVID, so we're happy to see people coming back. Like I mentioned earlier, we do offer field trips. In years past, we've had very close working relationship with primarily the Binghamton School District. Mostly their 4th grade classes will come to the museum, but we welcome groups of all ages, so middle school, high school. I'm happy to chat with teachers if you have an idea or something you want to bring your students to the museum and have them get something out of whatever it is we might do offer. We can kind of bounce ideas off of one another to have the kids come to the museum and get a chance to experience the house. And then, like I mentioned earlier, we have school workshops. The ones that we have pre-built in are basically geared to 4th grade students with the New York State kind of curriculum. But again, those can all be adjusted, so we can do lots of different things. And again, if you're interested in scheduling a tour, give me a call or send me an email, or just click on the BOCES extended classroom and you can order your field trip right through there. So, thank you so much for letting me talk. Any questions about the house or the ladies club or anything?
I have one. You have a workshop on, I teach 11th grade American history, so I was wondering if you have a specific workshop on the suffrage, like presentations of both sides, because my kids can never understand why. I mean, I show them things, but it's interesting to see their.
Yeah,
talk about the results.
but I'd be happy to put one together.
Whatever.
Yeah, maybe we can chat.
And I take my students to the House Museum, so there's a house in there, but it could be a nice category. We show them this side of it, and then,
Yeah. Yes, I'd be happy to chat.
And you will have a chance to do some brainstorming with the individuals that are
All right, so I want to welcome Margaret Hassel, the town of Vestal historian. Thank you, Margaret. A couple of you knew Margaret when she walked in, and I think, like Tony, was in the introduction. So,
Thanks for inviting me to come. How many of you know about New York State historians? Oh, good. Okay, well. What I'm going to do today, tell you a little bit about historians. Back in 1919, New York State decided to put together a law that there had to be a historian in every municipality in New York State. So we did it for all these years, not exceptionally well. There were a lot of towns that said, oh, we don't want it. So, but then in 1987, Connecticut put together the same kind of law requiring historians. So we're the only 2 states out of the 50 that have historians by law. Everybody else uses historical societies, which some of them are magnificent. They have a lot of information, do a lot of programs. So as I said, we're at every level. So if a community has a village, there's a historian for the village, and the town of Union, you've got 2 village historians, you've got the town of Union historian, and then Roger Luther just walked in, he's the Broome County historian, and he used to be Jerry Smith, now it's Roger. He's at the county level, and then we have a state historian also. And the hierarchy is that you are appointed by your municipality leader. It's not the town, it's like in a town, it's not the town board, it's just the supervisor. We report to the supervisor and the town, and the state of New York, the state historian, annually on what we do. So there's about 1,600 of us across New York State. And it used to be that
some of us are still old, but I mean, it used to be that anybody who just was elderly and wanted to be historian could do it. Now they're looking to have the historian have more of an educational background. They want you to have a minimum of a 4-year degree. You need to know different programs, you need to have computer experience, a lot of different, maybe even teaching skills, that kind of thing. So it's changed a lot. We have a requirement that we maintain the information, not the objects. Objects go to a museum. So in Roger's case, he's associated with the Broome-Tioga Historical Society, who has a collection, but he's also the historian over the information for the county. So it's kind of a double duty thing. But for example, if someone comes to my office and says, I've got this delightful powder horn that I want to donate to you, I'll say, I'm sorry, that's not for you, but I'm sure the museum will be happy to have it, so then they'll go there. And it'll be up there. Everything that's in my office is owned by the municipality. And in the past, there's been mistakes made where someone, the historian, passed away and they had an auction at the house. And all of the stuff went. Well, that's not allowed by New York State law. Everything that I create, everything that I collect is turned over to the next historian. It remains within the community. Or if for some reason they can't handle that, it would be offered at the county. So, the collection is permanent. If you want to work with a historian, either with your students or if you're doing your own private genealogy and you have ancestors that live in another town or city in New York State, if you go to our association, which is the Association of Public Historians, at PHNYS.org, you go there, on the ribbon, select Find a Historian, scroll down, there's a document that you can do a Control F and find in there. You can look up any historian in New York State, and it has all their contact information. We don't all save or collect or do the same thing, but it's very similar. So, each historian has 4 areas of responsibility. Research and writing, which means that we need to produce articles about the history of our town. You're supposed to research and not just pass along legends and lore. You really get into all the research. The other thing we do is historic preservation. The town of Vestal is a certified local government, which means we have a contract with New York State that we will preserve different properties within our municipality for the future. I'm on the Historic Preservation Commission. Brian is on there with me. We have to monitor the properties that we've either designated as a local historic landmark or we've worked with the owner to get state and national recognition. And which means for the exterior of a building, they have to come through the commission. Anything on the inside you want to do, it's just the shell that has to be. We have to go out and promote our municipalities. We do this through this type of work. Doing fund presentations for organizations, working with the schools are another way. Working with, we have a museum. I often do a lot of things with the museum because between our historical society, our museum, and my office, we share and work together. But the biggie for you here today is the education question. So I know I have a short time, so I'd like to show you a couple of the things that I've done in our schools. This happened to be a scout group, and they came to me and they said, our scouts want to get their badge in archaeology, what can you do to help us? So I put together a program. Do you all know about the community archaeology program? It's fantastic. It's such hard work. It's just 1 week of grueling work. They take you out. The first day is classroom. You learn what's going on, how you go out to the dig site, how you begin everything, how you have to bag and tag everything, document everything. Then they take you out to the field, and you literally dig and work and sift. And when you go home, you take a shower, you take an aspirin, you lay down, and you hope you wake up the next morning. But I want to tell you, I was in Castle Gardens on one of the days, and I sifted this bucket of dirt, and you're only going down 10 centimeters at a time. And I sifted it, and I thought, oh, there's a lump in here on the screen, so I picked it up, and I cleaned the mud up from it. And it was a vesicle point, because there's been points that have been found over in the vesicle, and they're named vesicle points. And I had it in my hand, and you're standing there in the dappled sunshine, and you're thinking, I'm the first person that's touched this in 4,600 years. And it's really a thrill. And that's what gets you out there the next day, so you can sweat and hurt again. So this program for the scouts, we talked to the scouts, told them all about what it's about. We encourage them to, they have a student group also, besides the adults, to go and participate in this, learn how you do everything, and get them to go for the badge that way. Another teacher called me from the Dogwood School and said, oh, I want to pull in the history, so what can you tell me on one-room schools? We had at one point, we had 18 one-room schools in the town of Vestal before we centralized. And so I looked through the artifacts at the museum, all my photographs and things, and I pulled together a program where I talked to the students. We did it at the museum because they had some old desks and things there, so the kids sat and those. And we talked about the different instruments that the kids used, you know, the slates and everything. We had some of those examples. I told them about the school day, how it went, how children came to the school. Some of the kids, we had elderly people that told us, well, we walked usually, but if there was a farmer going by with a wagon, you could get a ride into school, that kind of thing. So I had interior shots of the schoolrooms, and then we looked at some aspects. The picture on the bottom, we pulled out their clothing. What did these kids wear to school? And the lunch pail, the metal lunch pail that she's carrying, that was unusual and different. So we went through and talked about all those kinds of things and how it differs from today's. And another example where the teacher said, we're working on what shaped Vestal's environment. What things happened in the town that drove it in this direction as opposed to something else? That happened to be the curriculum they were working on. So what will usually happen is the teacher will call and say, this is our area in the unit that we're working on. What can you come up with to blend in and complement that? So we came up with, I taught them all about that the whole area here was totally forested before Europeans came to the area, and how the logging went on, which evolved into the farming, and then the railroads came in, and we went through all of that kind of thing. The students get to talk about and give their ideas. They did one other program that it was on occupations, and so when we got to the doctors, I showed them images of kids with mumps and measles and things. They were like, ooh, did people really have those? I said, I had those. So that was really unusual to them because, of course, they don't experience it. Another one was, this one was for high school. Our art and media teacher, she came to me, she had acquired a grant to buy video material, equipment. She had the idea that she wanted to do a video of interviews with people who had been affected by the 2011 flood. And she said to me, the kids have to know how to go out there and ask the questions properly and what to deal with if someone starts to cry or someone starts to get angry. How do you turn this around the other way and continue? So I put together a program doing the oral interviews. We went to the classroom, we did that, and then we had them practice with one another. So they got the idea. And then we produced a really great video. I put it on the CD and made it available for everyone. That was a great project. So So, the things that I have in my office, I have subject files. I have like about 1,500, which is a lot less than what Roger has. They're all on Vesco. Some kind of investment. I have the family files for genealogy. We have kids that will come over, use the files. Some of them, they want to see them there. File looks like and what's in there. We got one teacher who brought the kids over, they used both family files and subject files, and then they did large posters that we used during our bicentennial and hung up for the kids. They've done all kinds of other different artwork posters, those kinds of things. I have a lot of municipal documents. I'm sure you all know that you have to store documents, some for a period of 10 years, some 25, some permanently, that kind of thing. The town does that, but I've got samples of other ones, so I have different ones that they can look through and see how land records were kept and deeds and those kinds of things. And then I have a lot of photos. I have a collection of regular photos, paper photos and albums, and I have a digital collection also. So sometimes the students will be working on something and they'll say, you have a photo you can send me, and I'll just pop it off to them so they can use it in their report or whatever they're doing. And then peak hours. I've had kids come in and say, I need so many hours, what can I do for you? And so I had one young guy, he came in and he was there every day on time. And I tried to engage him into chatting and going back, let's make this fun. He was right there working away, standing and busy. And when his time was up, he'd say, okay, I'll see you tomorrow, and off he'd go. But that was a good way for him to get his hours and to get in and learn something about history. When I was in high school, I didn't like history. It wasn't until I retired from IBM that I got involved in history and at the local level. And the local level is so much more interesting. Steve commented on that. Local history is great because it just has a different feel. And you do get off into U.S. history and world history to a degree when you're working with some families. Basically, it's local, and I really, really enjoy that. Okay, do you have any questions? Okay, well, thank you very much.